Name is Joseph Salvaggio, that's S-A-L-V like Victor, A-G-G-I-O.
Are you familiar with the incident that took place on June 14th, June 18th, and June 23rd of the year 2018 that were in the court?
I'm very familiar with all of them. I was present only for one of them.
Which one were you present for?
On the 23rd.
Have you had a chance to review video footage from the June 14th and June 18th incidents?
Some of the video footage, I don't believe there's so much. I don't think I've looked at everything.
Have you had a chance to review the police reports?
I've looked at some of the police reports. Again, I don't believe some of the supplemental reports possibly that I haven't read.
Let's start with the June 14th report. Your Honor, for the record, this is document 49-2. One of the defendant's response. I believe it was the city's response. I don't know if that's far on it. I believe it was 49-2. You had a chance to review. Well, can I first witness this?
You may.
Can you please take a look at that and identify it for the record?
For the record, I believe that's the city's going to do.
Well, let's all get on the same page then. What are we looking at exactly?
June 14th report is document 49-2. Yeah, rather than identify it by exhibit, because we're all going to have different exhibits or different depositions and hearings, I like to go with the ECF stamp because there's only going to be one, and the ECF number is 49, document number 49.
Your Honor, I would prefer to include the exhibit E2 because that's just a better identifier, and we know precisely what documents.
Okay, let me just I'm confused. So, I've got the MECF open right in front of me for this case. I see document number 49, response to motion filed by the City of Leon Valley, and then it's got attachments, number 1, number 2, number 3, whatever. So which one? We're looking at one of those? Or number 2, exhibit B.
And within that exhibit B, there's two.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. In document 49, exhibit 2, B2. I found it. All right, thank you.
Do you have a chance to review that document?
Yes, sir.
Is this the first time you've seen that document, or have you seen it before?
It's the first time I've seen the supplemental reports that are attached to it. I've seen the actual offense report.
And you know if there's anything in there that's not true, or do you not know that?
I wouldn't know that, sir.
The officers who wrote their reports, do you have any reason to believe that they cannot be truthful in their reports?
I have no reason to believe they wouldn't be true.
Very good, I give my own. Are you familiar with the incident that was taking place?
Just what I've seen on YouTube and what I've read in the report.
The general allegations are that somebody was being arrested, somebody was not a party to this action. Are you aware of that?
He's not a part of the action, but he's definitely a part of the group.
What do you mean by that?
He's exactly why they're all down here. He called for the officers to come down here and disrupt our police operation.
You called them and that's why they came down?
Absolutely.
I didn't know that.
Because we have video of them doing just that. And we have videos of your defendants doing just that.
What I'm asking you is, how do you know that the reason dozens of people were outside protesting you and your department is because that person, whose name is Bo, right, B-A-O?
No. It was Jesus Padilla when he was arrested.
Okay, so Jesus Padilla was being arrested. On June 14th, Jesus Padilla was arrested?
No. June 14th was when everybody came down for 11 days and began disrupting our police operations.
So I'm not talking about the May incident where Jesus Padilla was arrested. I'm talking about June 14th.
What I'm telling you is from May 2nd through June 14th, there was planning, organization, and videos that we do have copies of where they all came down at the request of Jesus Padilla, and it was an intentional act by a group of people to come and do what they did. The very first ones, we had people coming from May 2nd, including members of your group, that came from May 2nd all the way to the next arrest of Mark Brown, one of the plaintiffs that you're talking about. And the same day we arrested Jesus Padilla again. In between there, many of your defendants came and continued to do audits and disrupt, but they were not arrested. And so starting on the 14th through the final arrest on the 23rd, there was 11 days days of disruption by members of your group and Jesus Padilla.
Well, let's talk about June 14th.
Yes, sir.
This incident, in your opinion, was directly related to the May incident in which Jesus Padilla was arrested. True?
According to what your defendants put online and stated, absolutely, sir.
So that's correct.
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, did these people on June 14th have the right to be outside protesting or not?
Everybody has a First Amendment right to protest, peacefully protest. They all have a right to commit crimes in the name of the First Amendment.
Okay. And I'd like you to please tell me by looking at the police report from June 14th, or if you know from your own knowledge, that's fine as well. Tell me which crimes were committed on June 14th, which justified the two arrests that are referred to in the June 14th report.
Jesus Padilla, who's been arrested previous to that, I think 2 times, and been warned, came back on the property with Mark Brown, walked up on the steps while he filmed Mark Brown coming in to disrupt municipal court operations after they'd already been notified of contempt of court would occur if they did it. They came back anyway, and he's our defendant, but your plaintiff refused to stop filming inside the building, so he was asked to leave the building, and then he was told where he can, very, very plainly, where he could film from, and instead he went and disrupted the arrest of Jesus Padilla. They came back on the property again illegally, and was arrested for criminal trespass, and he did not resist. But your defendant began to interfere, violently interfered, and was arrested for that interference and resisting by the officer.
Okay, so Jesus Padilla was being arrested, and Mark Brown was interfering in what way?
Mark Brown, I'm going to give you some very specifics. Mark Brown was advised where he could film from. We have no problem where.
Let me just interrupt. Who advised?
Our Sergeant Orioles. It's on video.
You saw the video?
Absolutely.
Sergeant Orioles went over to him and said, "You can video over there."
He told him you cannot video inside. You can video right here at this pole or across the street. He gave him direct orders. He immediately came right up behind him again, lording over. The gentleman's 6'8", probably about 250 pounds. He's a very huge man. Lording over him with his cameras right over his head as he walked back inside to get other officers to go arrest Jesus Padilla. So right off the bat, he began to interfere. When Sergeant Orioles came back out to make the arrest, instead of staying where he was told he could film from, he approached Sergeant Orioles from behind in a very aggressive manner, where he had to step in between him, stop him from doing that. He was told repeatedly, and it's on video, to get across the street. You cannot interfere with this investigation or this arrest at this point. He was ordered 6 times by another officer that he needed to stop resisting, and then eventually he had to be taken down, which took 4 officers to take him to the ground due to his large physical stature. And this was all right on the heels of where the arrest is being made of Jesus Padilla.
I watched the video from June 14th. You referred to the video several times. This is a video which was just given to me today, Your Honor. I do plan on, we'll see if I can mark it as an exhibit if I do in dealing with the trick, because large flash drive lots of individual files, but I'll figure out a way to get it to you. For the purpose of the record, the June 14th video and the file name 1176 at 2018 0614 135 2260.
You may.
For the record, Your Honor, I've not seen this video.
Okay, and let's just hold on. Have you all seen it, Mr.
We've provided.
Okay.
To see it.
Are you familiar with which video or
There's
can't, just come where you can see, it's fine.
Where are we right now in the video? Where is the person standing? Is this in the police station?
This is the hallway of the police station right now. And more than likely they were watching the arrest start, so the arrest has already been going on for some time. They're watching it live.
How are they watching?
On YouTube.
Over here we see a gentleman towards the left of the screen, bent over with two officers behind him. True?
Correct.
That would be Jesus Tadil.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman standing over there with the camera and the hat and the light gray short sleeve shirt, holding what appears to be some sort of recording device, would be
He's holding two recording devices, and that's Mark Brown.
Mark Brown. And in fact, he's standing right by the pole, right?
Which is just a few feet away from where the arrest is being.
Before you testified that he was allowed to record by the pole, right?
No, sir. I said the pillar,
By the pillar.
which is over here to the right, and he left that place where he was told, but he never stayed.
You're talking about this line over
no,
here?
No, I'm talking about
Or something else.
way up there.
At this point in time, has Mark Brown committed a crime?
No, he's not, because the officers are going to wait to give him demands at this point of where he can be, and that's at the point that he starts violating the law.
This is where he's aggressively lording over the arresting officers.
The lording over originally was over Orviados, Sergeant Orviados. You can see it if you watch the other videos. This is just one angle of what occurred.
Oh, so there's another angle that shows Mr. Brown lording over these officers?
Absolutely, and there's original evidence on YouTube that's very, very pertinent to us that we haven't been able to receive.
During this arrest?
Absolutely, including what's being filmed by Mr. Brown. We don't have that evidence based on the blocking of the subpoenas, that we really need that evidence.
Okay.
Original evidence.
Now, at this point in time, is that gentleman in the light blue short sleeve shirt, who is that?
I assume that's Detective Wells, but I can't see his face.
And who's the gentleman to his right in the dark blue short sleeve shirt and the hat?
I have no idea.
Okay. But this is where the officers are going to tell him, you're interfering, go report somewhere
Now,
else.
he's already been told before not to interfere where he can record. This will be the second time that he's told.
But he's going to be told, go report somewhere else, right?
I would assume, but we can play it and watch, but that's from my understanding.
Okay, so because he hasn't committed a crime yet, right?
Again, no, he's not committed a crime yet, but when he refuses to move when he's told in just a second, that's when he begins interfering and he's committing a crime. He's way too close to the back of those police officers. For the safety of those officers, at this point, he needs to move.
Okay, let's see.
Now he's in the street, which is a dangerous situation. He's being told, move. He needs to move back.
Okay.
So he needs now to get across the street as quickly as possible, not continuing to have an argument with the officer at that point.
Okay, so for the record, we're at 102 right now. And an officer, the gentleman in the royal blue short sleeve shirt and a heavy set, no hat, kind of was coming over to Mark Brown telling him to leave, right?
Telling him to go across the street.
Right, and Mark Brown is now, at this point in time, we're only 6 seconds later. He's in the street, right?
Told to go across the street, when to get in the street.
Right, you can't get across the street without going in the street, right?
You don't have to stop either.
Did somebody just say, I'm off at 107, did somebody just say you're going to get paid?
No, he didn't. He said, do what he says. Do what he says.
Do what he says. Okay, let's back it up. We're going to go to 1 minute. We're close at 1 minute now. Here we see Mr. Brown's hands are up. right? Your hands are up, not assaulting anybody, not threatening anybody.
He's not assaulting anybody, but he's a very threatening person, and it's very threatening for all those officers to have that situation going on when an arrest is trying to be made.
And during the
Very
arrest,
destructive.
and during the arrest, he was lording over those arresting officers, right?
Go back to another video and another angle, and this is exactly why we need the original videos, Your Honor, because every angle shows a different thing. And what you see in another angle that I'm sure he's not going to show you today from his own defendant's YouTube accounts is the lording over the original officer and right over his back as he turned around to go get other officers to arrest Jesus video.
The records are not going to make money. My clients are reviewing the other officers.
I understand, but they're defendants.
Make sure you, also, Mr. Ryder, make sure you speak up a bit because you're not right next to the microphone.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we're picking up what you're saying.
Okay, so now we're at 1 minute, and we're going to push play again. Do what he says. That's what he's saying. Not you're going to get tased.
No, he said that next time. After the first time he said, do what he said, and then eventually he said, you're going to get tased. Because he's not doing what he's been ordered to do. He's being ordered to go across the street and put interference. Multiple times.
Tell me who said that order. I'm going to back it up one more time for 1 minute. I'd like you to tell me who says to him go across.
It's not in this video, which again is why we need all angles of the video, but we do have a body cam video where, and you can testify to saying it, he told him multiple times to go across the street and put interference.
He's being arrested right now, right?
Yes, sir.
What's he being arrested for? What crime?
He's interfering with the duties of a police officer. He's been told multiple times to go across the street. He's refusing to do that. He continues to stand there and debate the argument of whether or not he has the right to do what he's doing on what he calls the sidewalk. It's not about the sidewalk, Judge. It was not about his filming. It was about close proximity to the officers and the attention he was taking away from all the officers and focusing on the arrest.
Once he was in the street, he was no longer a threat to the officers.
That's completely not true, sir.
Even though he was no longer lording over them, which is shown on some other videos that I don't have or I haven't seen, but he's lording over those officers, even though he's not doing that anymore. Now he's not only not even on the sidewalk, but he's in the street and backing up as the officers are walking towards him with his hands up. He's still presenting a threat to the officers, interfering with them, and therefore subject to arrest, correct?
That's a completely false statement that you just made, sir. His hands were not up. His hands were filming. He's got cameras in his hand. When he came into the courtroom, into the court area, he was doing the same thing. He does that because he's 6'8", and the officers cannot reach his hands and cannot reach the camera. So it was not that his hands were up. He was doing that to keep the officers from doing anything with his cameras. He was not backing up. He took a step back. There's only about a foot between where those flagpoles are and the curb. He stepped back with 1 foot onto the street and refused to continue on. That's why he was arrested, because he continued to interfere and take away from our officers' attention to arresting Jesus Video.
Is Mr. Brown part of this, Mr. Brown a member of the cabal zealot communicators who attempt to bring chaos and anarchy?
Say that again.
Is Mr. Brown a member of the cabal zealot communicators who attempt to bring chaos and anarchy on governmental entities?
Absolutely.
And that's where he was arrested, right?
No, it's not. He was arrested for interfering with the police officer.
But if he wouldn't have been a part of another warning or two, or was he been arrested the same way?
He was given several warnings, Judge. He was told multiple times where he couldn't do it. There's other body cam footage that shows him arguing in the area where he was not supposed to be with cameras. He's notified multiple times inside before they got him outside. And then outside on camera, we have video of him being told exactly where he can stand. And he continued to disobey those officers and continued to interfere. Immediately, we don't care whether he films. We didn't arrest him for filming in there, and he received multiple warnings. It's not about the First Amendment, Judge. It's about him breaking the law.
And I just got these videos this morning. I just haven't looked through them during our 10-minute break. I hope that your attorney will be able to play the video showing Mr. Brown lording over the officers, because it certainly wasn't. And you would agree that it was not in the video that I showed you, right?
Right, absolutely.
And also the 6 warnings that he got being told to go across the street while he was recording. That's going to be recorded on some other video, right?
Absolutely.
It happened, right? Sure happened.
I think I've already answered your question.
And do you know that it happened because you saw the videos? Or
Absolutely. I've seen the video, sir.
Where did you see these videos?
In my office?
Live at the time you saw the videos?
No, I didn't see it live. I wasn't present. No, sir.
So at a later date time you were able to watch the videos?
Yes, sir.
Where did you get those videos from?
The videos that I had seen, whether the body cam videos or one video that was uploaded on YouTube, I believe it was from Jesus Padilla, the original person that was arrested from this group.
So you were able to watch it on YouTube because it was being streamed live on YouTube, right?
I can't say it was streamed live, or sometimes they stream them live, sometimes they just record them and upload them later. I'm not sure which one it was.
Okay, but the videos that you're talking about that show the criminal activity, you watched on YouTube.
Actually, on this one, I have seen one on YouTube, but the first video I believe I saw was actually after we received the search warrant for the items in Jesus Padilla's devices after he was arrested, and I watched those videos as well.
Oh, I'll indicate for the record I've not received those videos that I have on body cam.
What are these videos, sorry?
It's a non-defendant that he's talking about, and I have not seen any requests from the attorney for videos that happened on May 2nd. None of that.
I'm talking about June 14th. I'm not talking about May 2nd. You keep talking about May 2nd. I'm talking about June 14th.
Yeah.
Let me ask the question. You saw videos from June 14th that show Mr. Brown lording over the arresting officers, being told to go across the street, and being warned 6 times, right? You saw those videos.
Yes.
Okay. And you saw those videos in your office, right?
Now, let me correct one of them.
Wait. You saw those videos, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still have the items belonging to Mr. Brown, the items that were seized?
We had the evidence that was seized in his arrest. Yes, sir.
When you watched the videos, did you watch it on Mr. Brown's?
No, absolutely not. We have not seen anything from any of your defendants. We've not received anything from the organization that's downloading them. We've not seen anything. We've not received anything. The warrants had already been served. We had taken them over there and dropped them off. But at this point, we don't have any of those from the 14th, 18th, or the 23rd.
And in the video, we see Mr. Brown, you said, holding 2 recording devices.
Yes, sir.
And both of those were seized, and both are still in possession of the Leon Valley Police, correct?
No, sir, they're not.
Where are they?
We took them over and had them dropped off at the district attorney's office who does the downloading. I would assume, I've been told all of them were taken over there and dropped off after the search warrants were signed. But we have not received anything from them, and we have not seen those videos whatsoever.
You sure there are warrants for the June 14th incident?
I can't say that there are warrants for the 14th. I think the only stuff that actually we've got the warrants for at this point are the 23rd. I haven't seen anything from the 14th or 18th, and I'm not sure that anything has been downloaded or received. So we wouldn't have because we've not got the warrants yet.
Did you see the affidavit that was signed by Brandon Moransky? I'm going to give it to him just asking you saw.
Not that I remember, sir. I don't remember that.
I just want you to take judicial notice of, I would ask the court to take judicial notice of document 30-2, page 2 of 2, page 1 of 2, and page 2 of 2.
And hold on here.
CF 30-2.
Okay, yep.
And the paragraph that begins, I have also reviewed clauses 577-193, and then it continues on the following page where it ends with this time.
Okay.
Again, assuming Brandon Ramsey was telling the truth in this affidavit, there are no warrants in the June 14th, at least as far as Brandon Ramsey.
Correct.
Okay, that's
We're saying the same thing.
Okay, so the video that you saw of this June 14th incident, you do not need Mr. Brown's property to see those videos, do you?
Yes, sir, I do.
You do.
I need Mr.
Wait, it was a yes or no question. Let me try to move on so we can get through this.
Sure.
Okay. You saw the videos that proved that he was guilty, true?
Yes, I've seen videos that prove that he's guilty, but that's not my decision. That's the judge's decision.
And you have not yet seen any of the video that's on the two devices, at least the two recording devices, that were seized from Mr. Brown on June 14th, true?
Correct.
Why do you need that?
Your Honor, we need the original videos of the people that were involved in this. There's angles, as you saw, you couldn't see the initial stuff that was going on with the defendant. You also have the YouTube Live that goes on with the comments and the rest of the evidence that goes along with the pre-planning and the additional evidence that should show and will show that this is evidence of a larger group. And in our long-term goal of filing additional charges on them, we believe that there's original evidence on those items that we do need.
What evidence?
Evidence of collusion, evidence of working together as a larger group in hopes of filing the additional charges that we plan on filing.
So just so we're clear, the items that you seized from Mr. Brown on June 14th, you're not keeping those to be able to establish that he was guilty of the crimes for which he was charged. You're using it to try to prove this greater conspiracy thing.
That's not a true statement. It's one of the...
Explain it, because I didn't understand.
Okay, let me explain again so you can understand. We need it for the original evidence. We need the items to show what Mark Brown was seeing, exactly what he was seeing at that time, and exactly what his actions were at that time.
Why? You already had the video footage.
It's original evidence. If I showed up in court with something I got off of YouTube, any other attorney would understand that that's not the appropriate venue or medium that you should utilize. You should always bring a copy of the original evidence, and that original evidence is on Mark Brown's phone.
So you're saying that when you stream something on YouTube, when you do YouTube Live, that there's an original copy of that video kept on the recording device, right?
There's an original copy on the recording device, and we don't know whether he's streaming YouTube Live. We have no way of knowing what he's doing. We didn't at this point even have his name yet. So we had no way of seeing his angle or getting it off YouTube Live until we identify him. And we go through every video he is involved in to figure out what's going on with this guy.
Whoa. Okay, that's what I want to get to. Let's say there's one video that you saw on YouTube Live and you think that there's a saved copy of that on his phone.
Oh, what? I'm sorry.
You believe that there's a saved copy of his YouTube Live video on his phone based on your misunderstanding of how YouTube. What you just said is that there's other videos showing other things to show what's going on with Mr. Brown. That's what you really need to see, right?
So your characterization,
Answer the question.
I'm going to, if you let me, sir. Your characterization of a misunderstanding that I have is completely false. I don't have a misunderstanding of how YouTube works. What we have a misunderstanding, and you have a misunderstanding, and you continue to say is that we can just get it off of YouTube. We don't even know if he was on YouTube Live at that time when the arrest is made. We have no way of knowing until after the fact whether or not the original evidence is there or if it is on YouTube Live. We have no way of knowing who he is until we put handcuffs on him. So we can't even chase his fake name of Two Tough Police on YouTube until we know that his YouTube name is Tough Police So we don't know what is on YouTube. We can only assume that he is filming it and the original evidence is on that camera.
Okay, let's try to split this up into two different. There's the June 14th criminal offenses.
Yes, sir.
Item 1. Item 2 is the cabal of anarchist conspiracy. That's item J.
I would disagree that they're separated. Go ahead, sir. They're all connected.
Well,
All 11 days of this are connected.
we're going to get through this a lot quicker.
And I did.
For purposes of number 1, you have video that shows the testimony that you claim you had video shows that. You don't need Mr. Brown's property to prove crimes that were alleged to have been committed on June 14th.
Untrue.
Okay, thank you. Now, the second item, the cabal of anarchist cabal, a conspiracy of interrupting government. There might be other videos on Mr. Brown's devices that will be evidence of that, right? Now, I know you think they're the same thing, but you think that there's videos on Mr. Brown's items that were seized by your department on June 14th that are going to show this greater conspiracy. True?
We don't know what is on his camera and his phone until we are able to see it.
And the reason that you guys want to keep it and get search warrants for what's on there is to be able to prove this conspiracy and this cabal and this evidence, right?
No, the reason we want to get the original evidence that's involved in this case from his phone is because it is the original evidence involved in this case on his phone. If at some point it shows something else, we'll deal with that accordingly.
I have a question which you might have. You think? Let's come on to June 18th. Are you familiar with what happened on June 18th?
Yes, sir.
Let's call this the obstructing the doorway.
Yes, sir.
Approach.
Your Honor, can I ask for some water, please? Sure. One of my guys will get you, I'm sure.
I think we can probably get it. Okay, there you go. Come on up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for asking.
And the witness was previously been marked as document 49-3. Sorry, filed as document 49-3. The ECF stamp on the top says page 1 of 15, and I am giving the witness all the way through page 15. And again, it's 49.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Now, just so that I'm sure that we're looking at the same thing, can you please turn to the page? I believe it's page 5, and I have a different version of this, but the one that starts with narrative, on the above date the AP1. See that?
Well, I first to just make sure this is the document something.
Yeah, the document 49-3 that I have on page 9 of 15 is the first place I've seen there. The above date, the AP1 and several other male agitators / activists. That are we in the same spot?
Yes, and mine is just so that the record's not unnecessarily messy. Mine is 46-4, and most starts page 5 of 13. I'm not sure why there's different versions of this, but I want to make sure that we're looking at the same thing.
Okay.
Mine starts on page 9 as well, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, and you see that, let me know when you're done.
I've read the office report, not had an opportunity to read the supplemental reports that are attached to it.
Did you watch any video footage of this incident?
After the fact, sir.
And did you see the door being obstructed?
Yes, sir, on video.
And there was somebody who, on 2 different occasions, Lieutenant D. Anderson, 502, told the agitators activists not to intentionally block the doorway, not block the passage road, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
On 2 different occasions, Lieutenant D. Anderson, 502, told the agitators / activists not to intentionally block the passageway into the building. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And then AP1, who's AP1 by the way? I think it's David Bailey.
Arrested, one is defendant David Bailey.
Okay. And David Bailey, and this case is actually still pending, right?
Yes, sir, it is pending.
I know a lot lot of items that were seized. If you look at the report, you'll see a long list of items that were seized on June 18th. True?
Yes, sir.
And that's because there's going to be evidence of Mr. Bailey's crime on those pieces of property. True?
Correct.
Now let's take a look at this crime over here. If you continue looking, it says that AP1, that lines into the first paragraph of the narrative, that AP1 intentionally and knowingly positioned himself in front of and obstructed the entrance with his body to the extent that his obstruction physically prevented a member of the public from entering the building, in which was identified as W3. See that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand what's written here. Okay? You saw videos and you know this is true.
Yes, sir.
So, David Bailey was blocking the doorway. Somebody tried to get in, cut in, because he was blocking the door. Right?
Yes, sir.
And he refused to move and let her in. Right?
I didn't say that, sir. You did.
Oh, so well then what happened? Did he move and let her in?
So, then when he saw the officers coming for him, he stepped to the side because he'd already been warned 3 times that day, 2 by Lieutenant Anderson and 1 time by Sergeant Diablos. And he knew they were coming.
He intentionally blocked her or not?
And the answer was yes. He intentionally blocked the door. It's not relevant whether he blocked an individual. The law prevents him from blocking the door, period. It was just after the 3rd time that he had been told, 3 times he had been told, the decision was finally made to make an arrest, which we didn't want to do, but could have made the arrest the first time that he did it.
So it's your opinion that if somebody stands in front of the doorway, even if nobody's trying to get in or out, he's just standing in front of the doorway, holding up a sign, that's a crime,
If
right?
he intentionally blocks the door, he is committing a crime according to the Texas Penal Code.
So if somebody stands in front of the door and blocks the doorway, that's a crime, right?
If somebody intentionally blocks the door, it is a crime. I'm agreeing with you. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
No, you're not answering my question. What question do you
Whether or not somebody commits a crime if they intentionally block the door.
Okay, so that's the misunderstanding. That's not what I asked.
Okay.
What I asked you is if somebody stands in front of the doorway, did he commit a crime? Yes or no?
If he's standing just in front of the doorway, no.
What if he's holding a flag that typically law enforcement finds that means he committed a crime?
A flag that law enforcement finds offensive, I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Mr. Bailey was holding a flag of some sort, right?
He was holding a flag and a flag pole, which would block both doors.
The police report indicates that he physically prevented a member of the public from entering the public room. Is that true, yes or no?
Again, sir, yes, it is true.
Your Honor, this video is June 18th, and it is 1056 F 20180618 134 1390 is the file. Can I first look at this?
You may.
You might want to alter. And I'm starting from 457 into the video. Okay. Pausing it at 5. Has a crime been committed yet?
I can't tell, sir.
Particularly.
No, I'm telling you, I can't tell because I don't know if this is before he blocked both doors with this or after. I can't tell at this point.
So I'm not asking you what happened before or after. I'm asking you right now, do you see a crime?
And I am answering you, sir. I don't know. I cannot tell. I only see in that shot, and this is why the original evidence from the rest of the people in there that came in there to videotape this little action, why their stuff is so important, because you can't tell even where your defendant is in that shot. I have no way of knowing here.
Sorry, back it up to 50. Now, so we're paused at 503 right now. I'm just asking you just based on what you see here.
I don't even see David Bailey in the shot, sir. So the answer would be no.
You see the flag.
I see a flag, yes, sir, and a flagpole.
Who is holding that flag?
I have no idea. No, from this picture. If you're asking me to look just strictly off this picture and this shot, this video shot, I have to answer I don't know.
But you testified before that David Bailey was the one holding the flag,
But
right?
you're asking me to testify off of this shot right here. Now, do I believe that that's David Bailey based on something else? Yes.
Let me ask it this way. The person standing there with the shorts, whose leg you can see at the bottom of the doorway holding the flag, is that individual committing a crime based on what you see in this picture? Yes or no?
Not based on what I see, no.
Great. How about now at 5:13 when
No, sir.
somebody's stepping on the flag?
No, absolutely not. Protected. Constitution protects it.
Do you find that offensive?
No, I don't find that offensive. Only flag I care about is the United States American flag, which I fought for.
You know what flag that is, right?
It's not a flag as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I know what you're trying to get at. It's a blue line flag that we find offensive for somebody that desecrated. But Your Honor, that is completely misstated. Completely.
Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, here we go. Now we're going to pause at 5:22. See, somebody just opened the door?
I see it as open the door. Yes.
Somebody just opened the door. You see that?
Yeah.
Does Your Honor see? And you can see directly to her because nobody's in the way, right?
Correct.
Let's play it to the end just to make sure that somebody doesn't come now and interfere with her ability to get in the building. In fact, right now it's 5:28. Somebody blocked her from coming in the door, right? An officer did.
I didn't notice
You didn't
that.
see that? Okay. Let's keep playing. And now we're at 5:32 and he's committed, right?
No, I don't know, like I explained before, whether the arresting officer Saul was previous to that or not. And I don't know. I don't know at what point. But I've seen video of him blocking both doors with the flag.
Okay. Not on this video.
Not on that video that I can see, sir.
And also on this video, he at no point in time intentionally blocks a member of the public from coming in the building, right?
Not that I can see, sir.
Right. In fact, the police report contains a lie, doesn't it?
No, it is not.
It doesn't contain a lie when it says that the obstruction physically prevented a member of the public from entering the public building. That's not a lie in your opinion?
I don't know what you're showing right there. Even that statement in there. I don't know if they even match. I don't know.
Maybe
Based on that.
I'm correct. Your attorney will show the house. Now, I have a whole bunch of items were seized based on the heinous criminal activity that we just saw in that video, right? Right?
I'm sorry, sir. What was your question?
A whole bunch of property was seized as evidence, potentially.
There was evidence seized of the crime, yes, sir.
Right, that crime of blocking the door.
Of a crime of obstructing the passageway.
And because of that criminal activity, how many items were seized? Can you take a look and tell me how many items were seized by the police potentially containing evidence of that crime?
There was, from what I can count here, 11 items seized and 1 item that was abandoned that we still don't know the owner of.
Oh, Mr. Pierce, that the report says that
He refused to even identify the phone.
and that was the end of the incident soon, but that was Mr. Pierce talking to you on the universe.
Again, Mr. Pierce, if he's going to claim his property, he signed that property receipt saying it was dropped in the commotion, it was found on the floor. We needed to identify it. We attempted to get him to identify it, Your Honor, and he refused to sign anything. We attempted on multiple occasions to get him to sign it, and he wouldn't sign saying it was his phone or identified as his phone.
Property is asked for property, maybe not property when we leave.
That's not what he said.
That's all he said, ask for property.
He didn't ask me for his property back, I can tell you that. In fact, no, not anything I've seen.
So 11 items were seized, potentially meaning evidence of the criminal activity that's not depicted on this video, on another video.
Well, let me actually go back. If you're asking me if he blocked the doorway and passageway, he blocked a passageway. So there is an offense already. If you're asking me, is that the same lady that was involved? I don't know.
Those 11 items that were seized, has your office or anybody working with your office, any law enforcement, submitted any affidavits or requests or warrants to see the evidence that may be contained on those 11 items?
Not that I know of, sir.
And the reason that they were seized had nothing to do with the fact that they were protesters, right? That's not why it was seized.
This was not a protest in a foyer between 2 small doors. That's not a protest, sir. They came in, they specifically left together We've concocted a plan. We noticed that part's on video. They told everybody to shut the video down. Went and burned the flag, which who cares? Came back with the flag and walked up and down the street. We're not getting any reaction for us for some time. So they sent a couple of people, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4, into the very small foyer and waited until he came in with the flag. So there's some collaboration going on. There's some additional crimes that if we can show that collaboration, which we believe we can with the videos, that will be filed on everybody who was in that foyer.
Tell me what crimes, what additional crimes?
There's the state law and Texas Penal Code of riot. Not in the
Did you say concern?
Yeah, riot.
Riot?
Yes.
This was a riot.
Let me finish. Not in the normal traditional things that you would describe as a riot, but considering the fact that in the state of Texas says impeding governmental operations, and this is beyond just that incident that's going on at that time, Your Honor. There are hundreds and hundreds of phone calls coming in, emails. There were complete disruption of our operation that day. The death threats that were coming in, all of those things are occurring, including death threats that are coming in from people that are saying they're there, present, and are going to kill us. People walking around with guns. So this is not just an isolated incident with individuals who just happen to be hanging out on the street. They're all together, and it's a coordinated effort between a coordinated group.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Were these 11 items seized because they potentially have evidence of Mr. Bailey's crime of blocking the doorway, or because it might have evidence of the other things that you just described?
It's got evidence of both, sir. When we got the search warrant at the time, we got the search warrant, or if we get a search warrant, we'll get specific search warrants based on the thoughts of which crime were being committed at that time.
And to date, not a single warrant has been submitted for a single.
No, sir. Our operations have been so diminished based on this group's continued effort that we can't even get to filing those.
Really? Because I have over here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 affidavits and warrants that you guys managed time to time to submit requests on, right?
Correct.
But those are from June 23rd, 2018. You haven't found 5 minutes to prepare a warrant based on this June 18th riot. You haven't found the time to submit a warrant to uncover evidence of this conspiracy to plan a riot. Is that your testimony? Yes or no? And then you can explain.
No.
Okay, what's your explain?
So these are happening back to back. Discussion with the district attorney's office. We decided we were going to focus on the 23rd because it was the most egregious with the most death threats, and the specific discussion with the FBI was that we would focus on those, get those arrest warrants, get arrests taken care of, and then we would go back to the other most important ones, arrest cases, and continue on from that point.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. So just so we're very clear about it, the reason that you guys are keeping this property that was seized on June 18th is not because you have to prove that Mr. Bailey locked the doorway. If that were the only thing going on here, you would have returned that property to everybody. True?
We would, not true.
Okay, let me just make sure that I understand your testimony. Let's forget about this cabal, and let's forget about the conspiracy and the riots and Jesus Padilla and all the riots that have happened.
I wish we could forget about it.
And all the phone calls that you've been getting when we talk over each other.
Understand.
Let's forget about all that for a minute. If these people blocking the doorway on June 18th, unaffiliated with them, completely unaffiliated with that anarchist group, by now they would have had their property returned to them. True?
If we seized an item,
Answer yes or no first and then explain.
no.
Okay, so you're saying that regardless of the fact that they are part of this cabal, based on the crime that took place on June 18th, you still want to seize those 11 items, true?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's continue moving on, and there's a page which on mine is 46-4, page 8. Can you turn to this part, please, start supplement and all caps lock?
Okay, 46-4. What page are we on?
I want to make sure that it's the same one that we're working
Good.
on. We're on page 49-3,
Oh, okay.
page 13 of 50,
Okay, 49-3, incident report.
where it says supplement, and then on the left it says note, and it turns to all capital letters. See that?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Chief Salvaggio, so on the bottom right corner of this document, there's page whatever of 15.
13 and 15.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And we see that AP1 and SP1 were originally arrested, right? See that?
Yes, sir.
And SP1's charges were rejected, right?
Correct.
By the magistrate.
Correct.
Why were they rejected by the magistrate?
I can't speak for the magistrate, but I'll tell you that it happens quite often. Either the stuff that we submitted was not enough, and we need to go back and submit more. You'd have to ask the actual magistrate. It's very common. We follow up and refile those cases.
And it's true to say that at that point in time, the only thing that you were able to submit was what truthfully happened, right?
Absolutely.
And the magistrate.
I don't know why the magistrate rejected the charge.
And then James Allen Springer, the thing that's going to come up when you talk about the June 23rd, is he was arrested on June 18th.
Yes, sir.
And that case was rejected.
Yes, sir.
And then probably,
And refiled.
when was it refiled?
The case was refiled, I can't remember the exact date. I know it was sometime in early July.
Is there a criminal case pending right now?
Absolutely there is.
So after we filed this lawsuit, that's when he was recharged?
No.
It was before we filed the lawsuit on July 4th?
I can't remember the date that it was filed, but it was filed because it was always intended to be refiled because of his criminal activity that are occurring.
And James Meade was arrested as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And what was his crime? I'll read it from your report, failure from your officer's report. Failure to ID as a witness. You see that?
Mixed up.
Just a heads up here, we've got about 15 minutes until we're going to take a break.
What I plan on doing is getting through June 18th, and then we can ready for lunch. Okay, so let's move on.
I think this is on page 13 of 15, under suspect, kind of in the middle, bottom part, bottom third.
Correct.
Okay.
And James Meade was detained for failure to ID as a witness, right?
Correct.
And then his property was seized, right?
Correct.
And why was his property seized? Because what?
For one, he's already suspects in other crimes. The property was received as evidence of the group's activity, of the disruption and the actual arrest that was made at that point.
James Meade is a suspect in other crimes?
If he was there as part of that, in that hallway, that foyer, and I'd have to look at the report or whatever, then yes, he has additional charges. If he wasn't in there in that lobbyway, then he's not. So there's just so many, and I wasn't there. I don't know who this James Meade is.
But he was detained for failure to ID as a witness.
They did detain him so that he could ID him.
For failure to ID as a witness.
Yes, sir, I understand you.
Are you aware that it's not illegal to fail to ID as a witness?
No, I'm not aware of that. That's not the practice that we've always done, nor is it what the district attorney advised us before any of these arrests were made.
The Leon Valley Police has a practice to detain people who fail to identify as a witness to a crime?
If they're an important part of this, and I'll tell you, Your Honor, I've never seen any witness that refused to identify a crime. We've had a few that, one of my 28 plus years with San Antonio Police Department that did, but they always initially or eventually identified. So yes, they would be detained regardless.
Probably because you threatened to arrest them, failure to ID as a witness, right?
I can't tell you what they were thinking. But we definitely would detain them.
Threatening to arrest somebody is a good way to get them to do something, right?
I've never tried that, but sure.
Right. So in Texas, and you don't give your name. So if you're under arrest for doing something, and the officer says, what's your name, and you refuse to identify yourself, that's a crime. True.
That's true.
Another way to commit this offense is if you're a witness to a crime, and an officer comes over to you and says, what's your name? And you lie, right? That's the other way, right?
But then, as far as I know,
Yes or no?
no.
Okay. So it's your understanding that if you see somebody be a witness to a crime, you're allowed to go over to that person under Texas law and say, sir, what's your name? And if they refuse to answer, you're allowed to arrest them for this crime of failure to identify.
That's not what I'm saying.
Please explain.
So what I'm saying is these people are not just witnesses, they're parties to the offense. We have death threats going on, we have all these issues going on, and we need to identify who these people are that are specifically involved in that area where the crime has been committed.
So they're suspects.
There eventually are, yes, absolutely.
Not eventually. When James Meade was detained, was he detained in handcuffs, by the way?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
You're looking at a report or whatever. No.
I'm looking at the report that talks about James Meade,
Okay.
and it doesn't say.
Chief, what's the heading there? It says
SP suspect, SP2, he's a suspect.
So when he was detained, he was being detained as a suspect, not as a witness. Is that your testimony?
Well, I'm looking at this right here, it says that he was reportedly videotaped above arrest and detained for failure to identify as a witness, subsequently released after providing identification. He was detained, yes, sir.
So I can read that also. I'm asking you why was he detained because he was a part of this cabal, or because he was a witness who refused to identify himself? Which one?
First of all,
Can you answer the question first?
sure, well, I need some clarification from you.
Ask me what.
So first of all, I'm not really smart enough to understand what a cabal is, so could you help me out with that term?
Well, your attorney can put it that was in his brief. It's a group of zealot anarchists.
Oh yeah, then it's a cabal. The individual here that was in there was part of that group, but there was another 15 or 20 that we never ever attempted to take their phone because they were not involved in the criminal activity that these were involved in.
What criminal activity?
And the blocking of the passageway, an intentional act that was going on at that time after they had been warned a total of 4 times about blocking the passageway of the door and of the street. They continued to block.
They only gave David at that charge pending. James Meade was never charged with blocking the doorway, was he? Yes or no?
Not yet.
Not yet. And you're smiling. Is he going to be charged soon?
With the evidence that we believe are on those cameras, you bet, we need that evidence on there, which we're going to show that there's a conspiracy. It was a direct act on all of their part, and if we have it, he's going to be followed on with everybody else. It was in that little hallway.
He's going to be charged with a misdemeanor of blocking.
And others.
What else?
I told you before on the riot, that also shows.
Okay, right. Okay, so you keep referring to this riot, heresy, but the report only refers to criminal activity.
The report is.
Wait, you need to not interrupt. What I'm asking you about is the specific criminal activity that your officers and you claim was taking place on 3 specific days. Now, on June 18th, when James Meade was detained, was he detained because he was a possible suspect in the crime of blocking a doorway? That's A. B, because he was a possible suspect in the cabal, the rioting anarchist cabal, or C, because he was a witness to David Dale's crime. Which one is the reason he was detained? And if there's multiple answers, you can tell me multiple.
Yeah, there's multiple answers.
Okay, tell me why it is that he was detained on June 18th.
As part of this report, which this report is written to specifically for the arrest of David Bailey, this report only reflects the investigation of Springer, chose them as witnesses or SPs. So for this report, this specific report is only germane to the arrest David Bailey for the offense of obstruction. Now, in the future, and what our plans were already, and have been already previously discussed with the DA, there are and probably will be criminal charges coming out, additional charges coming out for misdemeanors, and on this one, I think they're just misdemeanors, but on the other one, there is a lot more felony cases coming out for arrests.
You're talking about felonies and retaliation charges?
No, there's more than that. And there's federal charges that have already been filed and people have been picked up, and there's more charges to be filed, federal and local, and state charges that will be filed.
Which, you've seen these reports, charges?
Have I seen which ones?
The ones that you just talked about.
I have not seen the ones that where the FBI got the 2 warrants and ended up having to shoot one of the guys in the shootout from this group.
That wasn't one of the
It's not one of yours. I mean,
that guy, was he there on June 14th, 18th, or 23rd?
that's a good question. There's a lot of people we don't know who were there.
That person, those 2 people that you just, because you like to group everybody, you got Dave or Block.
This is a group.
You need to have it from. Okay. You like to group everybody together.
Right.
And say they and this group and the anarchists. And that's how you like to present everybody. Okay. So the 2 people that you just said with the FBI with the shooting, were those 2 people identified anywhere in the June 14th, 18th, or 23rd reports, yes or no?
And the answer was already, you know, sir.
Okay, the answer was no, right? I wasn't sure if you said no, sir, or you know, sir.
The answer for the 3rd time, sir, is no. I don't know whether they were there.
Now, but they're not identified in the reports. I didn't ask you if you know if they were there. I asked you if they were identified in the reports.
Not that I know of, sir.
But let me ask you, is it fair to group every police officer in the country together and say police?
We all have, if we have the same title, we're all police, sir.
Okay. But is it fair to say, let's say there's one dirty cop somewhere in Oklahoma. Is it fair to say that all cops are like that?
No, absolutely not.
Police?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so if those 2 people who got the shootout, let's say those were really bad guys. I don't know who they are, but let's just say they're really bad guys. What does that have to do with Russell's Zinter? Anything?
Absolutely.
Why? Because they both went to protest police?
No.
So tell me the relationship you know exists between Russell Zinter and those 2 people.
I can't tell you that Russell Zinter and those 2 people have a relationship, but
how about James Meade? Does he have a relationship with them?
Objection, he was trying to answer the question. I think
Is
he
it
should
yes
be
or no?
allowed to answer the question.
Okay, guys, let's just take a breath. We don't need to argue with each other. We don't need to argue with the witness. Let's just keep our cool and ask a question. And he's been doing a good job of giving you answers. Let's just carry on that way.
So James Meade have anything to do with those people?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Does Brandon Pierce have anything to do with those people?
I won't know that until we get the evidence off the phone, sir.
So you, right now, you don't know if they have anything to do with them any more than me, the 2 marshals sitting at the table, or the judge sitting in the judge's chair, right?
No, I don't
So maybe we should take all of our phones and look at all of our phones, and maybe there's going to be a relationship between us and those 2 people.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, let the witness finish answering.
We're almost done here. We're a couple minutes before our break.
Do you have any evidence at all that there is, in fact, this
Absolutely.
this group, and that every time there's a group of agitators, as you call them, outside the police station, they're all part of the same group?
Yes, sir, they are.
What evidence do you have that every time there's a protest outside of your station, that it's all the same group and not just somebody who happens to believe in the First Amendment who found out that it was taking place and showed up?
So, to answer the question, you asked several questions. Can you repeat what actually your question is?
Yeah, how do you know, you said before a minute ago that when there's a protest going on outside the police station, that they're all part of the same group? How do you said that?
This group that are your defendants, we know are connected, and we have video of them together, we have pictures of them together, we know they're a connected group, and the pre-planning of most of their activities is online or was. They've taken it all down once the arrests were made, and which is why we need the evidence on the phones. So yes, we have a lot of evidence that shows the connectivity to this entire group that we're talking about. Could there be people coming in and out of that group? Yeah, there could be. Absolutely.
And this group does what? Tell me, don't say what their goals are. Tell me the things that this group does.
They commit criminal acts.
What's that to do with protest police?
They do protest police.
They protest in front of your station.
Yes, sir, they do.
People who you don't know if they're related or not have called. You said you received hundreds of calls, right?
No, sir, we received thousands of calls and hundreds of death threats.
How many of those death threats came from the 11 plaintiffs that are listed?
I would love to know that answer, but I won't know it till I get their phone, Your Honor.
Well, doesn't the police station have phone records of who's calling you?
The police station has phone records, but most of the time they go as private, or they have the ability to spoof the numbers with an app, which will come out as a different number, and the only way to know whether those people sitting over there are the people making the death threats is to get in their phones and get the YouTube accounts and see if they're the ones that were out there actively threatening us, and some of them with guns.
So then, if I understand what you're saying correctly, you need all the items that were seized on the 14th, the 18th, and the 23rd to be able to get in there and see if they participated in these threats and these riots, right?
At this point, on the ones that we've submitted so far, is specifically, we've got those evidence, and we've specifically submitted it for the evidence based on the crimes that were going on, the threats and all that. When we finally are able to actually file for the rest of the phones, we'll make that determination on what crimes we're looking at on those phones now at that time, based on all the evidence, and that's what we'll ask the judge to sign.
Okay, so you right now have, take an example, you have James Mead's phone. I'll tell you, let's say Russell Zinter, because it explicitly says, it says for me also, but for Russell Zinter, phone camera used to record incidents, right?
Which page you on, sir, I know?
The same page that we were on before when we were reading about James Mead.
Which was page what?
I think for you it was page
13
13.
to 15, the next heading. So we were in the suspects. Now we're going down one to witnesses. W1, Zinter, Russell.
Okay, Russell Zinter, W1.
Yes, sir.
Phone camera used to record incidents seized.
Yes, sir.
What you guys need to do is you need to look at thousands of death threats that you've got to see if they came from this phone number, right?
That's just one of the things that we'll look at once we get on that phone. We'll get finished the door. I'm sorry.
One of the things that you're going to look on Russell Zinter's phone are what? You're going to look at his pictures?
We're going to look at the video, the original video of the arrest, and any pre-planning that occurred during that time period of the arrest.
What if he has 100 videos on his phone? You're going to watch all of them?
If they have any inclination that they're from that incident, then absolutely we'll watch all of them.
How are you going to know before you watch them?
They should be dated. It should show on them.
Let me ask you this. When you get a warrant, you're going to ask to be able to see the entire contents of the phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And Judge Jefferson Warren, who signed dozens of warrants in this case in a span of less than an hour, is probably going to sign them, right?
I couldn't speculate, sir.
Well, when you, let's say, are looking at Russell Zinter's phone, who's listed in your report as a witness, you're going to look at all the pictures, all the videos, all the emails, all the WhatsApp, everything there to look for evidence of criminal activity, right?
I don't even understand some of those things you're asking about, first off, what's happening.
Let me ask you, what kind of phone is it?
I don't know.
Okay, so you probably have email, text messages.
It'd be no text messages.
You might even have some banking records on your phone.
No, that would be silly.
Well, there's a lot of apps on phones nowadays for all kinds of things.
I don't use them, but yes, there are.
A lot of people do, though. In fact, cell phones by and large contain the privacies of life, don't they?
Can you describe what you mean by privacy of life?
In general, the general idea that they contain all kinds of private things.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to gain access to Russell Zinter's phone that's listed in your report as a witness based on the fact that you believe that he's a part of this cabal. You're therefore going to gain access to every text message today, phone call, incoming and outgoing call, every voicemail that's still on the phone. You know what WhatsApp is? Have you heard of WhatsApp?
That's right.
Other potential messaging apps, they're going to have access to every single thing ever sent them, right?
I have no idea. Well, I'm trying to answer you. You keep interrupting.
If you get a warrant for this phone,
Right.
you got to know everything, right?
We're going to look at whatever we ask for on that warrant. Absolutely.
And state happens to every single warrant that you need.
Not that I know of, sir.
All right, I think we fixed all of that lunch.
Okay. Thank you for that. Chief Salvaggio, do you know how much information or what information is on any of these cell phones for which you have not yet deep search for?
No, sir. We haven't went one.
Okay.
And I can tell you, all of them are locked that I know of, and the only way to get into them is for somebody with the right machinery to do that, and we do not possess that land.
Okay. Thank you. All right. You may step down for now. You may have to come back up later. We'll go on a break. We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor.
we'll resume then. Okay.
Your Honor, just a reminder about the sequestration, not to talk to Terry Brooks and any other witnesses
Yes.
who are not parties.
Right. We've agreed that we're not going to have discussions between and among with non-party witnesses. So let's make sure we adhere to that. Thank you.
All right. All right.
Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record again after our lunch break in SA186CB00680-FB Zinter versus Salvaggio. Mr. Radner, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to add some loose ends before we move on to review transparency. First things first, you testified earlier that you watched some videos of some of the events that we talked about earlier today. I just want to clarify, that was not police body cam videos.
No, a lot of it wasn't police fighting.
But you also saw video that was not police body cam.
Correct.
And you saw that, was it presented to you as a video? Is it a file that's saved somewhere? Is it a YouTube link? Where can I find that video?
Depends on what video you're talking about, sir. There was numerous videos. One of the things that we have to do if we really want to save those videos is to download them as quick as possible. A lot of times we didn't have time to do that, and we lost them because they have the ability to take them down, delete them, so that we have no way of seeing them. So I don't know which video has been deleted already, which is truly why we need into those accounts so that we have all the documents so we can review all of them from all angles.
If I understand it, what you need from YouTube are videos.
Yeah, no, and that's one of the things, yes, sir. Absolutely.
You also need every email that was ever written, but
That's not what we said. That's what you said.
it's not an open yet.
He asked me what I said. I've never said I need every email that they've ever written. I've never said that.
Are you familiar with the warrants and the end that Terry Brooks was on?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you saw that one of the things you requested was every single email ever sent or received, right?
Yes, but the preservation order that we gave on the 23rd and 24th specifies a time period from May 2nd all the way to June 23rd. That's really the only time period we're looking for, and YouTube understands that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, we'll get to that soon. Now, you testified in general about that this is clearly not just about the boarding over the officer that Mark Brown is charged with on June 14th, the blocking the doorway that David Bailey was charged on June 18th, and all the talk about so far. You said that it's a conspiracy, you used the word riot, but there's this larger criminal scheme that you're investigating. Is that fair?
That's very fair, sir.
Now, this larger conspiracy that you're investigating, it's a conspiracy to do what? Do what?
So, Your Honor, and I'll answer the question, I don't follow that, but tipping our hand to the criminal really has nothing to do with what we're here for today. I'll answer the question, but I think it's an unfair thing to do to tell them exactly the criminal investigations that are forthcoming and the felony and federal charges, state and federal charges that are forthcoming on every one of those individuals. I'll answer if you want to, but I believe that this is a gross miscarriage of justice here for them to get the free hand and free look at the investigations we're doing. I'll answer for you if you want. Okay. Organized crime absolutely is being considered. We talked about it a month and a half prior to the actual arrest with the DA's office, the AUSA, and the FBI. And we also are looking at, on the 18th, we're looking at the violation of riot as well. With that group who were there, it also shows as part of the evidence that they were also involved in organized crime, and they will be brought into the organized crime statute as well.
Is this a Texas organized crime statute?
State and federal.
But you guys are investigating the state.
We're turning over evidence on a daily basis to the federal government. Some charges have already been filed. There'll be a lot more coming, sir.
Charges have been filed against my plaintiffs.
I don't know what the AUSA and the FBI have taken forward against who. I don't know. As we get something, we turn it over to them. They're taking it from there, and we're not really privy to the investigation and where they're at with anything.
So you don't know people?
No, I know that 2 people have been charged. I was contacted about one of them that had the death threats on me last week. The Joint Terrorism Task Force contacted me, and they tracked him to Arkansas, and actually been looking Kansas, Arkansas, involved in a shooting with him where he fired on the FBI agents, and they shot him several times.
And you were able to track this person to Arkansas?
I wasn't. FBI.
FBI based on a comment that this person made, or what? What specifically did this person give you that you were able to use to the FBI?
I haven't seen the death threats that came on me. They notified another Joint Terrorism Task Force, notified us and the FBI local Joint Terrorism Task Force, and were letting know that they were getting warrants on a individual. I can't even tell you his name, to be honest with you.
Not one of the plaintiffs?
No.
To the extent this line of questioning continues, it among other things, is heightening concerns regarding younger abstention. You may want to shift your focus. I don't think you need to get into the details of ongoing federal and state criminal investigations to get at what you're looking for. I would suggest that if we keep going down that line, I'm going to shut it down. And it's going to start to look like this whole thing intertwined with ongoing criminal prosecutions. That's right in the squarely in the younger abstention zone.
So I'll tell the court what I'm doing right now. There were specific items that were seized from specific people on June 14th and June 14th. Those items are being kept based on the papers that's been filed by the defense counsel in this case because of ongoing criminal investigation. I want to know why the property in this case, or how it happened. I want to know about the property in this case that was seized and what alleged criminal conspiracy is taking place that involves my 11th one. That's
okay. You've asked a number of times and received answers, I think, that reflect, at least in this witness's view, that those items were seized for several reasons, one of which was that they contained evidence of charged crime, and the other was that perhaps also they contained other matters. But what you haven't elicited from this witness is that they were only seized because they contained evidence of some other charged activity. You tried to get him to say that a number of times. He has. So is there anything else to be gained by just repeating the question? Okay,
I'll continue for a couple minutes.
Sure, I'm just listening very carefully.
Yeah, shut it down. We'll shut it down.
Okay, I wouldn't have interjected like that unless my temperature were starting to rise. Okay?
So the criminal conspiracy from June 18th was,
The criminal conspiracy from June 18th includes the additional people who are in that area and their ability to also be charged with the obstruction. There was more than one person in that hallway. If there's one person, it'd be different, but when you have 4 or 5, how many were in there, they also can be a party to that obstruction. And if we find evidence of that, they will be charged with that crime. But they will also be charged with the crime of riot if we show that they alone, and this group alone, were causing a substantial disruption of our activity with 7 or more people, which anybody you bring on the stand is going to tell you what it's done to our entire, not only police operation, but city operation, that we've had a substantial disruption because of the thousands of calls, the hundreds of death threats, the continued abuse all the way through to last night of my family. So yes, there are additional charges that we are planning on every one of those people that are sitting behind you, including the ones that are not your defendants yet.
now, those thousands of calls and hundreds of death threats that you just referred to, how many of them came from my 11 clients?
I would need to have the evidence that we've asked for, Your Honor, to be able to definitively tell you which ones came from them.
The answer is you don't know.
No, I just answered you. I didn't say I don't know. I said I can't answer a question that I can't see yet.
So let me ask the question again. Which of the 11 plaintiffs in this case threatened your family?
Bao sitting there.
That was not a plaintiff.
Jack Miller sitting there.
Jack Miller.
Has on his site, which we will be filing felony charges on him as well. Springer also has felony charge. We have multiple felony charges, additional felony charges coming on Springer. So the rest of them, it depends on the evidence that comes in and what we're able to show.
Jack Miller threatened your family?
Jack Miller posted stuff and even made a video about why he can post stuff and what he thinks that they need to do to continue with that activity. He intentionally and willfully posted that online, and he intentionally and willfully put my family's danger out there, and he's the one that posted it, him and him alone.
When did you post it?
I'd have to go get the video for you, sir. I wasn't prepared to actually bring this into evidence today, because it really is, it's tipping our hand as to what we're doing in our investigations.
What's preventing you from getting this?
What's preventing me now, sir, is
getting the original evidence.
All of this disruption of our ability to get the evidence, the live evidence, some of the stuff that Jack had put online has been deleted. He also normally doesn't go live, so anything he puts online is normally cut, so you don't get any original evidence. And I would not feel comfortable going to a judge and asking for a warrant without the original evidence that can be found through the YouTube warrants and the evidence that would be on his phone that might show that the conspiracy for the other felonies that we're alleging exists. So this is 100% impeding our ability. We've not been able to touch phones that we seized from him on the original warrant, which was back in May or June, because of the overly broad request for all cameras and all videos for all his defendants. He didn't name the incident that happened back in May or June, whatever it was. But based on the overly broad, our attorneys have asked us not to touch his evidence of his crime that he's already had a criminal charge on.
So when you say this, you mean the activities of these individuals, or this lawsuit, or
the lawsuit has stopped us. We would have had the phones back to the witnesses by now if the lawsuit would have stopped us. So we are 100% stopped investigation on all of these individuals until we, at such time that we get the rest of the evidence that we need to go forward with.
Well, except that not a single warrant request was submitted as of the date that Brandon Ramsey signed that affidavit assuming the vote on anything from June 14th or June 8th.
I think I already testified that no warrant has been for either one of those things. We have the warrant part on Jack Miller's stuff, and we've already served that.
And then a minute ago said that by now that phone would have been returned to Canada for over a month, maybe more than 2 months, without submitting a single warrant request on any phone that was seized on June 14th or June 18th. How do you reconcile those?
I'll reconcile it by saying, sir, you filed your motion 2 weeks after we were filing the criminal charges that we had at hand, the arrest charges, and if you know anything about our state law here, you have to get the arrest charges out. You filed this on July 3rd when you filed your paperwork, and from that point on, which is only 2 weeks previous from the incident, the second incident, 1 week from the other incident, we have not been able to request any warrants, nor have we requested to see any of the evidence or gone through any of the evidence that we have in hand. So yes, we filed a whole bunch for the 23rd, and that was a planned effort between us and the DA's office on which evidence they wanted to see first. And we are going down that road, and we will file as long as we get the evidence, or the evidence, the court order gets lifted and allows us to file for more warrants on the individuals on the 18th and the 23rd.
Which court order is that?
This is right here, the temporary, the TRO that was first filed, and then the subsequent extension of the TRO, and then once that died, the TRO died, we knew already, it was notified to my attorney, and my attorney asked us, do not take any action, don't touch anything. We don't want to look at anything in case the judge feels like it's inappropriate. We don't want to do anything until this TRO or the impending temporary injunction is filed. We don't want you to touch anything. And we have been stopped from June 3rd till now from any further investigation on these individuals.
Your testimony that no warrants were submitted after July 3rd?
No. The warrants as far as I know, the warrants weren't submitted, the evidence wasn't touched. No, I'm sorry, you're right. It's not after July 3rd, it's once the TRO was signed. From that point on, I can't remember the exact date. So we did submit the warrants for the 23rd, but we have not submitted the rest of the warrants. So you're correct.
So that's why what I'm getting at here, where you said no warrants were requested once we filed this case on July 3rd, and that's been impeding your ability to do law enforcement work.
Right.
But that's not the case, right? Because there's no TRO in July. You know when the TRO was entered?
Actually, no, because we never got served notice of it. We didn't have any idea of the actual TRO.
Do you know what month it was entered?
As far as I know, it was July 3rd.
The TRO.
The TRO, or are you talking about y'all's lawsuit?
Not the lawsuit.
Okay, I'm sorry. As far as I know, the lawsuit was filed on the 3rd, and the TRO was filed sometime later, whatever that point is. We have not gotten search warrants after that period. We've been focusing on the case on the 23rd, and would have by now backed into the 18th and backed into the 14th if we were not being impeded.
Right. And now the TRO was entered on August 20th. So you're saying that as of August 20th, your ability to conduct this investigation has been impeded?
Absolutely.
Okay. From June 14th, when Mark Brown's property was seized, and June 18th, when other people's property was seized, nothing prevented you from submitting a warrant to be able to search that property all the way up until August 20th.
That's not true. Not true.
What was stopping you from submitting a warrant between June 14th and August 20th when the TRO was entered?
It was the constant and daily bombardment from the group for 11 days, all the way through to the 23rd, and then continuing constant bombardment with open records requests, with the arrests that we have a very small department, and this is why this group picks on those small departments. We have a very small department and only have a few detectives. And we can only, when we're talking about arrests on the 23rd of this many people and pending investigation and everything we have to do, that arrest case has to go before the other cases because it's a felony. We only have 21 days to submit that to the DA's office. So that was our focus and continued to be our focus.
Now, the crimes that you're alleging took place on June 14th, 18th, and June 23rd are very, very serious, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, in fact, you submitted, your department has submitted dozens of warrants based on at least what took place on June 23rd, right?
Correct.
And it's your position that June 14th, June 18th, and June 23rd are all interrelated, true?
Absolutely.
Okay, now, if that's the case, what I'm trying to get at here is that our position is that the reason the property is not being returned and the reason that the department is doubling down on this criminal investigation from June 4th is in response to this lawsuit and because they don't like the fact that they protest. What I'm trying to get at here is what stopped you from June 14th until August 7th? August 7th is when Terry Brooks submitted dozens of warrants to Judge Jefferson Moore. Why didn't he include warrants for the property that was seized on June 14th and June 18th of that time?
Objection, Your Honor, that's been asked a number of
I don't remember him answering that question at all. That's the first time I asked that.
Why don't you answer?
The continued and constant bombardment of the phone calls, the arrests that we continue to have to deal with, the plethora of hundreds of open records requests that these guys file, which now ties up my officers, my detectives, and myself of having to go and get every single item. We're talking thousands and thousands of items that were requested by members of this group, including the guys that are sitting over there. So it is a tactic to stall, it's a tactic to delay, and 100% has impeded our ability to continue with the investigation. We had to focus on the felony investigation or the felony charges that we had 21 days to submit, and we had to focus on getting the arrest warrants and search warrants for YouTube and Google and all that other stuff we had to do. So if you're saying that this has anything to do with y'all filing, that's a nice made-up story that you have there, sir, but it's 100% not correct.
So there was enough time for Terry Brooks to submit dozens of warrants on August 7th. Are you aware of that?
There was enough time to submit dozens of warrants on August 7th for the incident that occurred on the 23rd of June.
Now, they're all interconnected. In fact, we're going to go through these soon, but these affidavits are identical in large part. The only thing that's different is the name and the item. Why couldn't, and I understand you guys were bombarded, but the same way Terry Brooks had enough time to submit all these warrants about the property that was taken on June 23rd, why didn't he also have time to just print out an extra couple copies and include the property from June 14th and June 18th?
objection, Your
What's
Honor.
the difference? And I understand the bombardment. That's what he keeps talking about, Your Honor. He's talking about the bombardment. Why is only the property that was taken on June 23rd? Why did he have enough time to submit dozens of warrants on that and not a single warrant on anything seized on June 14th or June 18th? That's the question. And I'd like you to be able to clarify.
Why don't you clarify it? It's a pretty long question. Why don't you restate it? See if it's appropriate. State it
My
again.
objection is, Your Honor, he's answered this question 4 times.
Yeah, I think
The answer is with non-responsive answers.
well, let me hear the question again. I'm inclined to agree that you've asked him a number of times and he's just not giving you the answer you want, but that doesn't mean he has the answer.
Let me ask you, did Terry Brooks have any time to submit any warrant requests after June 14th?
No.
Not even the dozens that he submitted on August 7th?
He had the time under the circumstances circumstances to do what he did and submit those warrants. Those are felony warrants, felony charges. We have 21 days. There's misdemeanors or self-filing. We have a lot longer time periods to deal with those cases. And we were going to look and deal with the first ones first, with the amount of personnel that I have, and the amount of him having to be the main one that actually pulls all the videos for the hundreds and hundreds of video requests that came in by this group. It's cost us, and half of them they don't even pick up. It's just a way to terrorize our city.
Your department has received thousands of phone calls, you said?
Thousands upon thousands of phone calls.
Since May, June, since when?
Since the day of May 2nd, when Jesus Padilla was arrested, and all of the gentlemen began the campaign to come in here, as Jack Miller likes to put it, to be a police educator and teach us a lesson.
Thousands of threatening phone calls.
We have thousands of phone calls, hundreds and upon hundreds, I haven't counted them, that are threatening phone calls.
Are those recorded anywhere?
Some of them are recorded.
Why are only some of them recorded and some not?
Because some of them came through channels that are in phones that are not recorded, city phones. We've identified the main ones where the threats were committed.
And you pulled those recordings?
We have in possession of those recordings, and yes, we have recordings.
Okay, now, so with these recorded phone calls and these threatening, you said these hundreds of threats that you've received, it's your position that those hundreds of threats that you've received, those people who threaten hundreds of times, are a part of the same group as my 11 clients, right?
Absolutely they are, sir. Because every one of them are bringing up specific facts that were on your client's YouTube accounts, specific times, including the one Monday after Jack Miller released the video that he released. Shortly afterwards, I got a threatening phone call, kill all of us and my family.
When something's posted on YouTube, you are aware that everybody can see it.
Absolutely.
Now, obviously, it's your position that anybody who made a call, threatening call, part of the same group. You said that many times, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, isn't it fairly constant some crazy guy sitting in his basement somewhere and all that stuff, all these videos, and decides to call you guys up?
So that's why we need the evidence, sir, because there are a lot of crazy guys out there that actually want to do harm to the police, and inciting them to do so with lies and with the way that they're posting this stuff, it is all connected. It is not an individual at this point that we're looking at.
Well, what my 11 clients are doing, according to you, is posting videos of interaction with the police.
No, they're posting videos, period. And some of them we don't even have interactions with bold-faced lies in them.
And videos of bold-faced lies.
Absolutely.
You're allowed to lie, aren't you?
Sure, you can do that. But that lone crazy guy in his underwear and Alaska in the basement that you described, that guy doesn't know lies from truth.
How do you know if that guy is grouped together with my 11 clients? In other words, what gives you the right to say that my 11 clients have anything to do with that guy in his underwear and Alaska?
I would say that 100% that anybody that calls us and references one of these individuals and references all the bad stuff that government is doing and why judges are corrupt and police or this and that is part of this group.
Short of that, the only connection that I'm hearing is my clients posted something on YouTube, somebody makes a phone call, you draw the connection, there must be some sort of relationship here.
And we really like to get all those evidence that we have so we can show that connection, sir.
I just want to make sure that I understand this very clearly.
You asked, I think it's painfully clear to everybody. I think we got it.
You don't think that my 11 plaintiffs are telling that guy in Alaska to make threatening calls?
Oh, I think they are. I think everything they're doing is inciting them and encouraging them to make phone calls. In fact, of those phone calls. They call it call flooding. And they intentionally tell them to call now and put the phone number out. So, and give our names, our family's information. Absolutely. Your client.
My client gave out your family's information.
Absolutely.
Which client?
Absolutely. Val and Springer post that evidence.
Not my client.
Okay. Well, I
Each
just
one of the 11 plaintiffs in this case
Right.
put any information about your personal family.
I'm going to get fed up soon if we continue arguing with the witness. Ask him to elicit evidence that supports your request for preliminary injunction. Okay? And that's it. We don't need to sit here and argue with him for 3 hours. Okay? I've been extremely lenient because I want to give you your chance, and I want to make sure that everybody feels like this is a neutral, fair opportunity to present their case. I'm going to do that from the other side as well. But what I'm not going to permit is incivility or arguing with the witness. Okay? Dial it back.
Are you aware that Val is not one of the plaintiffs in this case?
I'm aware that he's currently not one of the plaintiffs in this case.
Which plaintiff has posted anything online about your
Val, I'm sorry, my bad. He is in the room. I keep seeing him back there smiling. James Springer did. Jack Miller has multiple occasions, and then called for a call flood so that everybody can check his videos and call about my address and phone number. He urges people to go out there and find it on his YouTube and to present that. There's another individual who goes by Furry Potato, Zoe, I believe. Zoe Pettis. It's a fake name too. We're still trying to identify that person, which is another reason we need the evidence that released it as well.
I have over here every single threat that I was given by your attorneys. A lot of them are 48-5, have 3 additional packets that we're going to use today. I'm going to approach you, I'm going to hand this to you. I'm going to ask you to, as you go through them, make a fold in the bottom right corner like this, anywhere where, or better yet, I'm going to give you a purple, all the ones where Jack Miller or James Springer threatened your family.
And that's if it shows the actual person. We'd have to look at that too.
I'm sorry, what did you tender the witness with the warrants or the social media press that were okay, so the ones that we don't have, I gave you some, there's some others.
Yeah, so the witness is looking at docket 48, exhibit E.
And just for the record,
Number 5.
these are all the threats that I was given. Some were involved in Pacer, and some were given to me today by the
Okay.
All the threats I have, I want to identify.
Could there be other threats?
Yeah, if he's making it sound like these are all the threats. That was a representative. Our exhibit E was a representative threat.
Well, simply, these are all the threats that I've been given. These are all the ones that were produced pursuant to Nina's.
Okay, and this,
And I'm asking him based on his testimony to circle the ones where Jack Miller or James Springer is threatening.
okay, and the result is going to be that some de minimis or de minimis number or zero set is produced from us sitting here while the witness flips through all these exhibits. What's the?
Well, I can get the spoiler. They aren't going to be.
Sure. Go ahead. Let's do that. Okay.
I need to.
Great.
So what I want is.
Is it undisputed that there are no threats anywhere attributable to parties to the case?
I dispute that. Absolutely.
It's not undisputed.
Right. So what are we doing then?
We dispute that James Springer or Jack Miller ever threatened this officer.
Okay. And I think he's testified that he believes there is evidence or will be evidence that did occur, right?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay.
And you do have one in here that is representative from Springer's fireside chat with most of the individuals that were here that night. He didn't take it down. He should have never posted it. And I'll read it. Bring your sidearm for protection. Every American has a right to defend themselves. Let a tyrant cop get out of hand. Fear for your life and execute. The chief is already a marked man, and he'll get what's coming to him. And then the response below from somebody can't identify. Leon Valley School will be in session tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. You have been put on notice.
Okay. Now, what is the name of the person, according to YouTube, who posted that?
I don't know the
The
name.
comment that you just read out loud.
Oh, let me finish.
Let me ask.
Well, you did ask a question. I answered.
Your Honor, I can't even understand the question.
I'm going to rephrase it in a way that makes perfect sense.
And the volume is a little bit loud. If you can put the volume loud.
Okay.
I'm just going to take a deep breath and rephrase. Here we go.
Did James Springer post that? Yes.
Absolutely.
He did.
Yes, we did.
Did Jack Miller post that?
Not this one. In fact, I don't know if Jack Miller did one or not because I don't have Jack Miller's stuff.
So that post that you just read, where Sean R. is written as the author, was written by James Springer. That's your testimony, yes or no?
No.
Let me ask you again. You see Sean R. at the bottom as the person who wrote that comment that you just read.
Correct.
Okay. Your testimony, obviously, is that Sean R. is James Springer.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
You asked me if James Springer posted it, and I said, yes, he did post this. He posted the video that contains these things and is complicit in that threat by not taking it down or doing something about it.
So your testimony is that James Springer posted the video. Sean R. then made that posted comment, and you're attributing that to James Springer.
James Springer has the ability to remove that comment. His moderators have the ability to remove that comment, and he has the ability to not upload this comment and take it down immediately. He chose to not do those things, and what we believe, their moderators were removing pro-police comments and leaving death threats and our addresses up there for everybody to see. They had the ability, so it's on his YouTube account. YouTube says in 7B that them and them alone are only the ones responsible when they post this. So yes, James Springer is the person who posted this threat.
And I just want to make sure I understand that, because when I hear post, I'm thinking that Sean R. could be in Alaska and Zimbabwe, right?
I'm sorry you're confused when you hear that.
Okay, look, and let me clarify. I understand the distinction between somebody who puts a video and somebody else who comments.
Right.
I understand the distinction. I understand there are distinctions as a factual matter. I understand there may be distinctions as a legal matter as to who is responsible for posting or reposting or publishing. These are all legal concepts, and I understand that concept, and I understand the witness's position that in his view these things can be attributable to one person. I understand your view that they may not necessarily be attributed.
Excellent. Have you submitted a warrant for Sean R. Name who's posted as the person who made that comment, yes or no?
Not yet. We don't know who Sean Yar is until we get your stuff that you're impeding us from getting.
Have you sent a warrant or a request of any sort to YouTube to find out who Sean R. is?
Again, no. We don't know who Sean R. is, and we would have to go through and get the IP address off of you guys, because they've made fake accounts. We need the IP address off of that post to be able to identify who that person was so that we can follow that trail through to making arrests.
And the way that you're going to find Sean R.'s IP address is by getting James Springer's YouTube information?
Yes, sir. It posts the IP address on every comment that's made and creates a record, which is original evidence that we need to identify who's making those threats.
Can't you also just ask YouTube for Sean R.'s IP address?
Not that I know of.
You haven't tried it. You don't know who Sean R. is.
That's the point, sir. We don't know who Sean R. is.
Sean R. may have nothing to do with the enrollment complaint.
Sean R. posted something that were death threats that your 11 plaintiffs, or at least one of them, posted when he had the ability to take it off.
I'll stipulate on the record that if they want to file a subpoena or some sort to find out who Sean R. is, I won't object
And we
Well,
will.
just for the record, what we've been referring to is document 48-5, page 10 of 13, where it begins Ranger sidearm and it's signed Sean R.
Okay, thank you. I've got it here. Sorry, I said I have it up here. Anything further for this witness?
It'll come the thousands of balls. Do you believe that there's any evidence, the items that were seen on June 14th, June 18th, 23rd, to identify those thousands of balls?
Yes, sir.
And can I just ask what that's based on? Why you believe that?
There were people that were obviously at the scene that were sending, that had stuff live, that were making phone calls and from the scene and describing things. And we believe the people that were out there were part of the people that were calling in. We've got a video from James Springer himself saying that, for everybody to call, so he's instigating that call flood and urging everybody to call. And that one was on the 19th, because you got to remember they were here 11 days doing this on a daily basis. And this 11 days we were going through the phone calls, the threats, the emails, everything for 11 days.
So, items that were seized on June 14th, need those items to see if there's evidence of how people make death threat firing to create a riot on June 18th, organized crime on June 23rd, and essentially blocking the doorway of the meeting.
And the actual offenses that occurred out there. Yes. There were many more offenses that were occurring. We were trying our best, Your Honor, not to make any arrests, but there were a lot of violations. Jack Miller came back on our property after being criminal trespass. We didn't make that arrest. That's on James Springer's video. We plan to file that charge as well. Several times, Val came back on the property. Several times, Jesus Padilla came back on the property. We could see some of that stuff, and now the videos are gone. We can't get access to them, so that's impeding our ability. It was things that we were watching, but they have the ability, like we talked about, of uploading it, not uploading it. So there are many, many more charges that we planned. As part of our operation, we said, do not make arrests if you can keep crime. But when they get out of hand, we have to do something.
Or they fail to identify the witness. Let me ask you one other thing. What if I agree, stipulate in order, to YouTube, that any of my clients' videos that they ever posted, would that satisfy?
It would satisfy part of what we're looking for. We would also need to be stipulated that any text messages, because we have them on video, urging people to text me, to call me, or also to email me, and their moderators put out their email addresses so that they can communicate with each other by email, by text messages. So it would have to include the emails and the text messages and the IP addresses of anybody that made a threat during that time period. So yes, we would be more than willing to allow them, like we told some of them that day, and we did. We've allowed some of them to open their phones, those that would cooperate, and let us get the videos off. These clients here refuse to do that. And if they would want to come open the phone, let us look through it, just like the other ones that did cooperate. We'd be more than happy to work something out with you.
So, but you also want to read all their messages and emails, right?
I want to read any message or email that is pertinent to the time period that the criminal activity has been going on.
Right, but without knowing, you don't know what's in the messages, so I can read it.
Correct.
So you want to read all their messages for that time period.
For that time period.
Whether it's their wife, their girlfriend, their boyfriend, their lawyer, their doctor.
If their wife, like James Freeman's wife, is involved in this, absolutely, I want to read that.
Right, but you don't know that, so you
No, we know she's involved in it. She's one of his moderators, and she's on every one of his videos.
So even if they would have come into the police station on that day, you said that if they would have let you look at the videos, you would have given them back to the property. You said that.
If we get, not some of your people, some of your people are arrested, and we're going to jail.
Besides for the ones that were
And
charged.
the vast majority of them have charges. There's only 2 that don't have charges at this time. Really. So the vast majority of So yes, if they were just flat out witness, I can't remember the gentleman's name. I think he's one of your defendants, but I just don't know the gentleman that had the oxygen mask. We never even took his phone, never even looked at it because we felt he was not involved. There were plenty of people that we didn't take their phones that were out there protesting that were not involved in what we felt was a criminal activity, and we did not take their phones.
Well, look, how about this? What if we take a break for 5 minutes, unless this is, more oracle tech. We can take a break for 5 minutes, and you can propose to council search terms, search parameters, time frame, and see if there can be an agreement. There can be, then maybe we don't need to keep spinning our wheels about preliminary injunction. If we can't reach an agreement, that's fine, we can carry on. We only need to take 5 minutes. I could probably use a restroom break anyway. Why don't we do that? Is there anything else that you need to pursue with this witness before we do that? I mean, maybe it's just false hope for me, but what are your thoughts about that?
We can take a break. I will tell you for the record, I have proposed to council that if these items are turned over to me, I can look them over, give them anything, just like when I want to subpoena their records, or request their records, and I'm going to send lots of document requests in this case. They're going to be able to, on their own, with their lawyers, decide what to give me and what to object to. Obviously, with the privilege law, all I'm asking for is the same thing. And once I have them in my possession, I can assure you, as an officer of the court, I will not delete a single thing off of any one of them. But it just transfers the...
Well, keep in mind, we're kind of crossing, overlapping things here, right? What you've got to reach an agreement with is that we can agree within this civil action that there can be some kind of an agreement, maybe there can't be, with respect to the ongoing civil action and the request for injunctive relief from the court with respect to how certain matters might go in a state criminal proceeding. So it may not be possible to reach an agreement, but we have to keep these things separate. But if we can reach some kind of an agreement, then maybe we can avoid the need to come to a decision points pretty early on in terms of injunction. If we can't, that's fine. But it sounded like there might be some possibility to tailor some of these searches. If there's no agreement to that, then and it also may be that different situations or devices require slightly different treatment. If there's somebody who has an ongoing criminal proceeding, that's going to be a slightly different topic than somebody who has no ongoing criminal proceeding.
Right. Yeah, that's certainly fair enough. The concern that I have is that they want to read our teachers.
Well, there's a big distinction between narrowing the date range. That gets you a huge benefit in the eyes of the Fourth Amendment. Narrowing the scope of topics. There's just ways to tailor a search so that it's not broader than it needs to be. Sometimes they have to be fairly broad and there's no way to get around it. And sometimes they can be pretty targeted.
Yeah, and just for the record, and this I'm sure you've seen, the warrants that were executed to Google have absolutely no date.
Well,
what it says is any and all messages, comments sent or received by the individual account and email content.
But again, I want to be very clear that I'm not at this point ruling on or putting any pressure on anybody with respect to how a state prosecution goes. I've made it pretty clear that I have concerns about federal court intervention into state ongoing criminal proceedings. I'm extremely concerned. I'm concerned about other stuff in this case too. But I'm concerned about that. I don't want to be seen as influencing that in any way at this juncture. I'm really just open to the possibility that you all can meet in the context of this civil proceeding and figure out something going forward. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But why don't we just take 5 minutes and see if we can do that? Okay?
All right. Y'all ready? All right.
You may be seated. Thank you. Okay, once again, back on the record in SA 18CB00680, Zinter versus Salvaggio. Okay, what do we get anywhere? I can see from that rueful smile, maybe not.
I always thought, rather, as you predicted, what I suggested was we do an attorney's eyes only review of property that was taken, and then agree what should be shared attendance in this case. And Mr. Progerio suggested that might be interfering with the prosecutor's office, and therefore he can't agree to that.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for trying. It is a I don't know if it's unique, but it's unusual.
There's only a couple more things that I'm going to delve into with them.
Okay, all right, yeah, it's your time.
If I ask you to make a list of all the people who are in this Pharisees involved, would you be able to come up with any more names than the people who were present in the station June 14th, sir?
Yes, sir.
Where would you get those names?
Intelligence has been gathered between law enforcement agencies and myself.
Okay, and that intelligence that we get, does it create any sort of tie, any sort of connection with other people who are not parties, who are not there on June 14th, 18th, or 23rd, and the people who are there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those ties would be what?
Those ties would be their joint working together collectively, collaboratively, oftentimes doing the visits and committing of the criminal crimes. Multiple of your defendants and others have been arrested in conjunction with each other, including and in conjunction with other people that are not your defendants as well. So yes, sir, there's a lot of collaboration between these groups, and they've been arrested multiple times together, singly, together, with all your defendants, but not some of your defendants. Absolutely, it's a complete tie.
And in addition to the people who are there on June 14th, 18th, and 23rd, how many more people are we talking about? Another 10, another 100, or that you know?
Just that I know of, I wouldn't even want to say, sir, there's a lot. There is a lot in this group.
More than 100?
Yeah, I'd say there's more than 100, absolutely.
And you have obviously exchanged intelligence with these people.
Intelligence with what people?
Other law enforcement people.
Absolutely.
And so obviously there's some sort of investigation and more than 100 people with some sort of connection to point.
That's not what you asked, sir. It's completely false what you just said. What I said was that there's over 100 that are working together. I can't tell you what the investigation, once we get all the evidence that we've asked for, what it's going to bring, whether all 100 are going to be tied together or not.
There were, on June 23rd, there were a lot of evidence.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people, some of whom were charged, some of whom were not charged.
Correct.
Just so that we're very clear, that there were 16 warrants that I have, both from the record, that is requesting information about them, as well as from people's YouTube or Google accounts.
Correct. Yes, sir. I don't know which ones are, if all of them, I think we've only filed 6 for actual YouTube accounts, but there's a lot more than that we didn't file, that we only filed on for the phones. That was a separate thing. Not everybody got it, so it shows that we're trying to distinguish between the two of what we need. And then there's quite a few more that we will be following in the future.
I'm going to have to ask some questions about some documents that I was emailed last night, or yesterday at some point in the afternoon. They are not a part of the case or file yet, but what I'd like to do is actual warrant. And then, in the exhibits, I'll try to be as specific as possible to what they are.
And
I'm not able to do it, but they're filing them and continuing this hearing for another day, which I know.
you don't want to introduce them here now? I'm not sure I'm following what you're...
I can. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. We're going to mark up my copies, but I can do that. Okay, I'm going to hand you,
And again, I don't know that we need to go through a big song and dance, proving them up. If they've been handed over in discovery and there's no dispute that they can come in.
We have no objection,
Right, okay.
City has an objection.
Okay. Then I'm happy to just consider them, just...
Ambulance marks for the day. 10-page document, affidavit for search warrant and
purpose that off, but we're going to object, get no objection.
Okay.
I'm going to ask him a question. I don't want to do right.
Okay. And so you marked one of these documents as Exhibit A.
Yes, one of the Google.
And so there's no objection to Exhibit A. I'll consider Exhibit A. It's introduced into evidence for purpose of this hearing.
Okay, now, you'll notice that there's, on the very first page of that, there's 4 distinct YouTube accounts that are being sought by the police, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that right, Detective Terry Brooks of the Land Valley Police Department, right?
I assume that's his signature. I can't tell. But I would assume so, yes, sir.
Paragraph 680.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so, and looking back at the first page, there's those 4 distinct names that are listed. One of them is Joseph Pierce, right?
Correct.
Other than Joseph Pierce being present on June 23rd, 2018, and recording what's taking place, there's no other evidence that he is part of this law that you know.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
What I'm asking you is, there's a warrant that's being sought on Joseph Pierce. Says he was present on June 23rd. He was not and was not recorded. There would not be a warrant with his name on it. True?
No, I can't say that either because if we would have, like the rest of the people, when we get the rest of this information, the people that there's going to be tied in a lot of people that we could eventually go get search warrants and will eventually go get search warrants on based on the evidence that we received from this case. So that's not true.
What about evidence that was received prior to this warrant being signed on his son? Prior to that, did you have any information? Would you have gone after Mr. Pierce's Google?
No, he had committed a crime yet.
So the only thing that happened that is now making his YouTube information something that your department is seeking a warrant is that he was there on June 23rd recording, right?
Incorrect.
And mischaracterized testimony that was previously given.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate objection. This question's been asked and answered a number of times.
The 7-page document containing warrant Mr. Pierce's Samsung Galaxy.
I assume, Mr. Frigerio, there's no objection to this
No
one?
objection.
Okay. And you want the court to consider this one as well? Okay. Then I'll admit Exhibit B, purposes of this hearing.
Now, we turn towards the last, second page of
Second to the last page.
second page, earlier than I thought. It says that he's part of a group calling themselves First Amendment Audit.
Yes, sir.
It's a group whose purpose it is to go into a police and government facility and try to create confrontation with police while streaming live or recording it.
Yes, sir.
And just as we're very clear about this, that the basis for this evolved, this group, their goal is to cause this trouble.
That's not true. That's not the basis for the search. That's not what even says on the first page or any other page.
Well, the other pages, the other things refer to other, well, let me ask you this. What's your understanding of why Mr. Pierce is calling something that the police?
Mr. Pierce was a witness to a crime. There's original evidence on it. We want to see his phone and the contents of that phone so that we can recover that original evidence.
So, is it because he's a witness, he's a part of this group calling themselves First Amendment Audit?
People can switch back and forth between witnesses and suspects and arrestees multiple times. As of the date of this, he was a witness to a crime. He definitely is suspect in other crimes, and we definitely intend to make him an arrested person in many other crimes.
And why is it that it's mentioned that he's a group of
It's important to show that there's collaboration between the group, and we can show that there's complete collaboration between the group and their methods and tactics.
Isn't it your position that if they're a witness to a crime, that's enough? Why don't you just say no more? He's a witness to a crime.
Helps us and helps the judge understand the severity of what we're dealing with.
Based on your understanding, that would have been sufficient. He was a witness, and therefore we get to see what's
I didn't say that. I said the whole document is written up to give the judge a good idea of the circumstances that we're dealing with. We wouldn't want to lie to the judge. We wouldn't want to mislead the judge like you stated before. We 100% want to make sure the judge understands the severity of what we're dealing with. But at this time in this document, we're asking for him was as a witness.
This statement that he's part of the First Amendment auditors implies that he's a suspect.
It implies that he's a member of a group that call themselves First Amendment auditors.
That's included
because he's a member of a group called First Amendment auditors. It's included.
Is he a witness or a suspect or both?
I think the whole document calls him a witness.
Chief, in your view, is a probable cause determination made by carving out a situation from all the surrounding circumstances and isolating it, or is it a call that's made based on the totality of all the circumstances?
It's 100% the totality of all the circumstances, which is why I say that there's a lot more going on than what counsel would lead you to believe.
All right.
Mr. Frugerio.
Thank you, Ron. Chief, would you please give us a little bit of your background in law enforcement?
Absolutely, sir. Spent right at 29 years with the San Antonio Police Department. Rose to the level of captain. My final assignment was as the commander of the Airport Police Department. So I ran a separate police department. It's the only captain position that allows you to do that. Prior to that, I was a patrol officer on the west side of San Antonio. I was almost 6 years on the SWAT team. I went undercover as a narcotics detective for 3 or 4 years. Became a sergeant and ran community services unit. And eventually became a lieutenant, where I ran the tactical response unit, where I had 100 people assigned to me at the tactical response unit, and we investigated all kinds of crimes. Violent crimes was our specialty, and we targeted the worst of the worst. I also, and then as a captain, I became a captain and went to the airport as the airport commander. I have been the chief of police for Leon Valley for the last 2 years, as of September 15th, feels like when. But on top of that, I have 29 years, 4 months, and 15 days in the military. That military service included traveling across the world. I was in charge of all the organizing, training, and equipping of all the law enforcement personnel being sent to war. I went over to the area of responsibility on multiple occasions, met with my people, and made sure that things were going correctly. I'm a planner by trade and by everything I do, and there's a lot of planning that's gone into this from the first arrest up to today. So,
can you tell us about your force at Leon Valley? What is the size of your police department?
The 3.5 mile size city. Our police department, at the time of this arrest, I think we were somewhere around 35 or 36, and we've since grown to 42, I believe.
How many of those are involved in criminal investigation?
We have 3 detectives that are involved in criminal investigations, and I have 1 detective that runs the impound lot, and a supervisor over those that doesn't do the investigation.
How has the City of Leon Valley Police Department and municipal court building atmosphere changed since May 2nd of 2008?
Completely changed. Once we began to, from the moment of the first arrest, I didn't have the arrested person, Jesus Padilla. I didn't have him walk over to the actual jail cell when the phones lit up. Didn't know anything about this group, didn't know anything about their activities, had never heard of them before. And I was walking to the jail, and my secretary said, "Hey, Chief, you're on YouTube Live." My answer was, "What's that?" I kept walking, didn't understand at all. Put him in the jail cell, and we started, every phone's ringing in the building. We find out after that the tactic that they use is they go in with your phone number on the screen. There's thousands of people, hundreds to thousands, depending on the subscriber. As soon as you put hands on that person, they light up your phones, and the death threats and the vulgar comments to everybody in the building begins.
And that was May 2nd of 2018, this year.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe for us the building, the municipal court? There's like one main entrance to offices at Leon Valley.
There's one main entrance into municipal court. We have several entrances. It just depends. We haven't segmented into the difference of the workload kind of thing. And so this area, as soon as you walk through the door, it is municipal court. The judges deemed it as essential to the court. There are
signs posted similar signs posted.
Yes, sir, there are. There are signs, and the judge's order is posted as well, so that there's no misunderstanding of the fact that this is a municipal court area.
What is the order of the municipal court case?
The order, without in front of me, sir, it basically sets the court decorum, what people wear, when they stand up, when they don't, those types of things. It also says that there's no cell phone use allowed, no videoing in the courtroom or areas essential to the court.
And this is the area that we're talking about with these three instances.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely.
And that's actually where the municipal court is located. So as soon as you enter the building, what's right or left? Where
there's a lady that's at the area to your right immediately when you come in. She takes municipal court payments, processes different things. And the area straight to your front is municipal court. And that area is a very short distance, probably from me to you, between the first lady and them. It's a very small area. There's a lot of privacy things that go on in this area, which is one of the reasons that the judges deemed it essential to the court and does not need the disruption that this group loves to cause.
Now, at one point during this litigation, provided to your current counsel, correct?
Say again, sir?
I'm the attorney representing you individually.
Yes, sir.
You provided to me what has been entered as evidence in this case in document 48 Exhibit E, which is a representative of the social media account of threats made to the city and your family.
Small representative, yes, sir.
And where did you obtain that?
Some of the stuff we get, I myself got run off of YouTube. The stuff that's on James Springer and Val's account is still there. Jack Miller's account is still there. Others went away, so we had to rely on, there's police officers, civilians from across the world that are notifying us now and watching everything that this group does and notifying us. We've got calls from as far away as Canada when there's criminal activity. In fact, the death threat week before last that was on me, I didn't never see it. The Canadians are the ones that notified the FBI, and we were notified of it. That death threat.
Have folks be court reported
You may. You may.
I show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D1 and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's a picture that was taken off of the website, the YouTube account that was live streamed by Mr. Bowlin over on the left, of a meeting that was in Jack Miller's kitchen that I recognized because the search warrant that we ran on his house. And it's a large group, basically everybody except one in this picture are defendants. And
Who is depicted in the photograph?
from left to right, as I wrote on here for you, this Salvaggio clash with Val on June 19, 2018, which is before the arrest on the 23rd. Left to right was Val Lynn, Joseph Pierce, David Bailey, James Springer, Jesus Padilla, and Mark Brown.
Prior to move to the admission of Defendant's Exhibit D1.
Any objection?
No, just that there's 7.
Okay. Thank you. It'll be admitted for purposes of this hearing.
Could you explain to the court the importance of obtaining the information from the cell phone?
Yes, sir. And I did leave off Jack Miller. I wouldn't want him to feel left out. My apologies.
Jack Miller on D1?
Yes, sir. He's next to the right, so it should have had Jesus Padilla, then Jack Miller, then Mark Brown. I don't want to have him feel left out.
With regard to the cell phone, what is critical as far as the information you need for your criminal case?
The original video is extremely critical. The text messages, the original text messages that are coming in to show the coordination of the group in their criminal activity. There are accounts, there are email accounts. We know and have a lot of their email accounts where they show where they request people. We can't see it because they're removing the comments so that we can't see it as it's going along, but they're telling people, yes, that's a good idea. For instance, email me that. We don't know what the comments and what they were being emailed or what was said because their moderators are controlling that, and they're controlling that while it's in their hand. They see it a minute or so prior to everybody else, and they can make the determination. So all of those things are somewhere in their phone. The text messages for sure, the phone log, if there's something when they're calling each other, and the original emails, the original videos from the incidents.
Are IP addresses important?
They're extremely important. We definitely want to, as the counsel stated, we definitely want to get search warrants on all the rest of the people that committed the threats. The interstate ones we're already turning over to the FBI, and they're working on those. It's the local ones or the state of Texas that they have asked us to work on because there is so many threats. And so the IP addresses are going to help us track down people and exactly where this threat came from. And it's going to help further the investigation to get the people that were illegally submitting my family's information, my information, and all the death threats on all of our employees.
Is it important to identify the moderators also?
Absolutely. We know
What is the moderator for the purposes of the record?
So the individuals that own the channel, they can assign people a wrench, that's what they like to call it, for their mods, as they call it, but it's a moderator. And that moderator, like them, can see the comments that are coming up ahead of time, and those people are supposed to help take away things that they have, their channel owner has given them directions to take away. And what we began to see from almost the beginning is that the pro-police things are taken off of their channels, but the death threats and the anti-police and the submitting of people's addresses or attacking anybody that is on there that's anti-police is left up. So it shows that there's an intentional desire for them to leave this stuff up and to leave the threats and the death threats up. And then when they get off of it, they can turn it off and delete, or not even post that, delete that thing altogether. So the moderators are extremely important. We know, for instance, James Springer, who goes by James Freeman. His wife is a normal moderator. It says Mrs. Freeman, but until I look at everything from YouTube, I will not know whether or not that's Miss Freeman or not.
Approach witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'd like to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 2 and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, sir, I can.
What is
There's no objection.
Okay. Please explain to the court what D2 is.
This is a very small portion of a video that James Freeman posted on June 23rd, 2018. He was screaming live, and he named this protesting the sovereign citizen.
Now, Mr. Freeman is also, what is his real name?
James Springer is his real name.
He's a plaintiff in this lawsuit.
He is a plaintiff in this lawsuit, sir.
You've described and related to the court multiple death threats of you and your family.
Yes, sir.
And did you not, in fact, download one of the ones you received this week?
One of the ones that came on my phone Monday, I did download.
Just to clarify, I'll accept into evidence D2 for the purpose.
Your Honor, I'm marked what is defendant's D3. I only have one copy of it. It's full of vile language that I wouldn't want necessarily to play to the court, but I would like to submit it to the court as something that was received by Chief Salvaggio.
Okay, and has Radner? Okay, we'll just confirm. Well, let's take a look.
Sure.
Take your time.
Play it loudly.
Oh, I have to play that one for the court.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Take your time and review it. Okay, and just for the record, so we're looking at what's been marked as defendant's exhibit D3. The Radner is just going to review it, see if he has any objection into it. Chief Salvaggio, in your experience, pretty significant experience, law enforcement experience, is this an unusual set of circumstances where you have a department that's experiencing these kinds of difficulties with respect to the magnitude and nature of these protests or interference or however we want to call it, these activities? This is out of the ordinary?
I have never seen anything this in my 31 years.
And you testified that, as I recall, you said something that sort of all of this is really interfering with investigations, investigatory functions, and that includes, I take it, not only this lawsuit, but also these other activities that precipitated some of these charges. So what's interfering with your office and your department is, in your view, this entire set of circumstances, including these activities, phone calls and protests and all that other stuff. Is that right?
Absolutely, sir.
And it's been to the extent that folks even who would normally be processing files or processing warrants or doing other things like that, those activities have been curtailed or interfered with as well?
Sir, I'll tell you, myself, I have not had a day off in months because I spend the weekend doing the open records stuff. My guys have been assigned individuals now to monitor every one of their stuff, and we have to download it and catalog it, and it is completely, my city manager cannot go home because the death threats received that was placed on her. My family, I had them out of my house for weeks, or 10 days or so, because of the death threats on my family and the constant phone calls that go to my wife that was released on their channels. It has disrupted my life, my family's life, and every one of these officers' lives, and it's exactly what they intended to do. They have not stopped this activity. opinion, in LA, where he's a fugitive from justice in Los Angeles. He has stuff from Arizona. He has stuff up in Dallas, in Crowley, and now here in San Antonio. And he has no reason to go to any of those other places except that he answered the call from other auditors of the tyranny of the police department. And they go down, and we're going to teach them a lesson. And that lesson is to destroy the inner workings of an organization, and they have done just that.
And there may be, to some extent, portions of this activity that are affected by the First Amendment. That's not your position that these are not First Amendment activities necessarily until they cross the line into criminality.
Absolutely, sir. They were for this at this time. They were there 11 days straight. We only made arrests on 8 of those days, and 2 of those arrests were late in the afternoon, and they'd been out there all day. They'd live streamed for hours, and we never even confronted them. The direction I've given my officers and the training I've given my officers is do not arrest if you can keep from it. But at some point, after they continue to push, some point you got to do something. And the worst part about it for me, Your Honor, is they're telling everybody else out there in the cyber world that this is how they can act. This is how they can treat judges. This is how they can treat police officers and their families, because it's protected. Threats to families and police officers and judges is not protected. But unfortunately, by their own words, they say, and they tell them, it is okay to do these things. And we'll at least we'll be able to show that in court.
To correct the record, you're speaking of 11 days. There were only 3 of the 11 days were arrested.
Correct. The other 8 days there were protests. They were left alone. We never had any contact. Well, I take that back. On multiple occasions, I went out and offered them food and water because that was hot. He kept saying he was so hot. So I took him water, and another day we fed them. We fed them the night they were arrested. It's not personal. It's not personal now. If my family gets harmed, it's going to be personal. But until now, sir, it's not personal. It's professional. We've maintained that professionalism. We've done arrests only when it was necessary, and we will file charges after the fact. And that's exactly what we're trying to do now.
Have you had a chance to review the material, Mr. Radner?
Not yet.
Okay.
Can I do it now?
Sure. Sorry. Yes, you can. Okay, well, let's just see if we can, as a foundation, connect it to...
Foundation is part of these First Amendment auditor protests, spurring these things on, and this is representative of one of the hundreds, if not thousands, of phone calls that have been received by City of Leon Valley officials, including Chief Salvaggio.
Okay, so this is, just explain to me the context of, I mean, I heard a voice come on and it sounded like a phone message, but it's a message where and when and, all of that stuff. Just so I know.
Chief, where was that phone message received at?
It was received on my desk phone. What had happened the night before and that afternoon. Black Label, Coat Watch, whatever his name is, and Jack Miller released a video that showed the arrest of Jack Miller on an arrest and search warrant of his home. And they played it real big. As soon as they posted it, phone calls started coming. The death threats started coming because they re-energized those people. They don't in any way make it look like this is 2 months old. They post these videos as that it just happened. And it makes them angry. They start all over. So just shortly after Jack Miller posted that, you're defended, is when I got this phone call.
Do we know who it's from?
No, sir, because he called anonymous. He called where we can't see his phone number. We'll have to get a search warrant to eventually go into that.
Okay. Well, I mean, you played it in open court. I heard it. I've heard that he doesn't know, that the witness doesn't know who left the message. So, you want to maintain your objection? I mean, I've pretty much heard it already. And then it's only going to come in for purposes of this hearing. It's just coming in here today.
Did we get a date for this message?
This was Monday.
Which would be October 1st, 2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So we okay now?
Well, no, I mean, obviously it wasn't what I gave my client cell phones that are in the police possession, but I still object. And also, even in his explanation, he said that this message came in after a video was posted.
Okay.
He never said that any of my clients told this person or had any communication with him. This person was acting on his own in response to a video that was posted.
Okay. So your objection is relevance. There's no evidence you contend tying this message to any of your clients.
None whatsoever.
Okay. The objection is overruled. I'll consider the evidence for purposes of this hearing. I understand the objection and I understand that there isn't anything in the record at this time tying that message to any one of plaintiffs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please explain to the court your understanding of the YouTube process and how it can be a money-making enterprise?
Sir, this, again, as we talked earlier, hiding behind the First Amendment, this is all about money. Everything they do is about money. They get paid for the subscribers. So the more craziness they do, the more subscribers they get. The more crazy things they do, people donate money. Each time somebody goes on there's advertisements depending on how many subscribers you have. So the more subscribers you have, you make money off of the advertisements. And then, Batt and Springer and several of them have even gone further, and they've actually been able to monetize people being able to make comments. So people will pay $10 or $20 to be able to make a comment and have it be read online. So they like doing that in open hearings and buildings and things like that, so that the vulgarness disrupts the entire atmosphere. So they're making money every single day, every single hit, every single advertisement, every single one of these. They're making money. When Batt was in jail, they raised, from what we could see, it was close to $10,000 according to them. They have listed 5 or 6 different ways that people can donate to them. I think on Batt there's like 6. Some don't even know what they are. Bitcoin, and I know that, but Ethereum and all these others. It's all about, I walked out today, and Batt had his stuff on and out loud and said, I'll give you somebody paid for it to go out loud and say $200 to go kiss Chief Salvaggio on the lips. So it's all about making money, is really what it's about.
This file that you referred to, he's been convicted in Tarrant County?
He has.
What charge?
Harassment of a judge.
With regard to what we're here about today, securing of the temporary injunction, if the court were to grant a temporary injunction with regard to the cell phone, would that interfere with the criminal investigation that you had?
Can I answer one more thing before you answer that? To say Val's not involved, Val just left, so we're clear. He was just here. He was out front earlier in his pink police outfit, button his piggy outfit. So if the injunction was granted, it would absolutely interfere. In fact, it would allow many people to escape the full carriage of justice. I would not be able to file criminal charges on multiple people, including some of their own defendants. So I truly believe 100%. That's the reason this is being done. I've never seen a civil case be filed before a criminal case is completed, before we've even been able to begin the investigation, so before we allow. We will not in any way be able to go after multiple people if we're not able to get to the internet stuff, that multiple videos that we have not seen, that have been deleted, that people told us about. There are, if you look at the preservation order on the first day, on June 23rd/24th, this is a fraction. His defendants are a fraction of who we're going after. And it would impede that investigation wholeheartedly. 100%, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it.
If I understand it correctly, there's,
I think the city has a question.
may approach the witness, please.
You may. And let me, while you're doing that, Chief Salvaggio, the preservation order you mentioned, this is an order directing the Google to preserve. Can you just explain what that is?
Yes, sir. I think, are y'all going to put it in the record, sir,
Yes, I could introduce it.
Okay, well, why don't we just do that then? Just so I'm up to speed entirely on what we're talking about.
That was my second exhibit.
Okay. And assuming, again, subject to objection from plaintiffs.
Your Honor, this is June 14th of one of the police officers. This gives another view with regard to the arrest of Mark Brown. For the record, it's 2018-018641351070.
And I'll accept that, and any other videos that have been played in open court, I'll accept them as evidence for purposes. Is it updating? It does that to me.
Yeah, let me do the other ones and then I'll do this one last. Okay. It shows another angle.
We've got it?
Yeah.
All right.
Generation.
I agree.
And this is just another angle, and it shows how busy the hallway is, the foyer is.
Okay. It doesn't have to be that far. Make sure everybody can see.
And for the record, sir, all those people were previously just standing in that hallway out there before the judge opened and let them come in.
And this is a body camera?
This is the body camera, probably of Officer Azar, but I'm not sure.
No, you keep going.
Yeah, it is Officer Azar. And those are all people.
Prosecutor? Yeah, the prosecutor.
And she's being brought aside, and you can see the officer confirming.
Sir, we're having business. Go ahead and step out. Sir. Step out, sir.
He's already disrupting.
And we're conducting business in here, so we can't. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me.
Okay, thank you.
And so that demonstrates that one camera angle tells one story, another tells another, and to have a complete story, we need all original evidence.
Chief, I'm going to hand you what is going to be marked, I guess, defendant cities exhibit A.
All right, so we've had defendants 1, 2, and 3. Now we've got defendant cities A. Okay.
Chief, you describe the document I hand you.
So, this is a copy of the preservation order and some email traffic that went back and forth between Google and my detective, Jimmy Wells. On the night of the 23rd, I have been preparing already based on some of the threats and the things that we've been seeing throughout the week to document a list of names that we needed to investigate further. That night I gave those over to Detective Wells. It was pretty late, 6 or 7, I guess, and he began the notice of a preservation order because we intended to further investigate everybody that's on this list and eventually ask for search warrants and arrest warrants based on the evidence that we would be able to uncover from the onslaught that we had just went through over the 10 days prior.
This way, if there's any objections from the planning.
Okay, so this is the preservation order. So this is defendant city A. You had a chance to look at it, Mr. Radner?
I know.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll.
Wasn't sure how it's going to be labeled, so.
Okay.
CA.
Yep, defendant city A.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. And I would like to say this is one of the items that really bothers me about this civil hearing here, because now every one of these people is going to be on record and they're going to be able to run back to these people and say, you're under investigation for state and federal charges. Because most of these people here are listed on here, on this list. They didn't know they were under investigation for other charges. And all the other people that are on this list that have not been arrested yet did not know they were part of this. And now they will, based on the evidence that is given to Mr. Radner.
Well, Your Honor, then what I'll do is I'll withdraw my exhibit and we can just use it for demonstrative purposes to inform the court of the letter, and I'll just retract my exhibit.
I don't think you can unsee it now.
It doesn't say any of it, something just said it's simply done asking if you named certain videos.
The police department wouldn't do that unless they're investigating. And it was on the 25th on this one. The original was filed on the 24th. So that shows you how long in advance, way before this lawsuit was filed, way before their orders were filed, this was already our intent and was filed with Google, was the investigation of all these people that are his defendants.
Well,
I'd like to withdraw.
Mr. Reeves, it's your.
Yeah, I'll like to withdraw. It was just for demonstrative
Okay,
purposes.
withdrawn.
Do I get the copy?
Yeah.
You don't know?
You can just do that. And Chief, I think you explained that it was done, letter was done earlier, is that correct?
They were doing it the night of the 23rd when the felony arrests were made.
And is it my understanding that you had to do the letter again because there's a certain format that they require?
Correct. They filed the first one at 00:15 hours on the 25th, or 24th, I'm sorry. Google came back and said, we've got a new updated process. You need to file like this. So on the 25th, they refiled it according to what the Google people wanted to see.
I approach the witness.
May.
Yes, sir.
Chief, I'm going to mark that as, if we look through the other one, I'm going to mark it as city defendants.
Yeah, I prefer if this is marked as BCB and BCA, that one game, I don't think about BCA.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's just keep it. Let's make this one B.
Chief, can you describe that document?
These are copies of the charge and discharge condition reports, police officers call them C&Ds. These are the documents that once we file the charges, we take the case file to the district attorney's office. They have an intake person that looks at the charges and make sure everything's there, and then they timestamp it and initial off on it of when we turn the case in.
And you testified earlier that some of these cases have been refiled, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And from the document that you have, you list names of the plaintiff whose cases have been refiled.
Jason Green, his charges have been refiled, 2 charges. Brian Powell, 2 charges have been refiled. There's one here for Jack Miller, but it is his original charge. Bao Lin, this is his this is the original felony charge on Bao.
And Mr. Bao Mr. Wynn is not a party.
Correct, he's not a defendant. Joseph Pierce, who is the defendant, his case is a refile, and this charge on James Springer, which is a defendant, has been refiled, and this charge on James Springer is the original, and it has been filed as the felony when it's not a refile.
So the refile goes to the misdemeanor charges, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he testified that usually to get some of the charges back, it's not unusual. You go ahead and refile, and so these are pending right now, the ones that are not the original ones, but the ones that you mentioned for, I guess, Springer for the misdemeanor, Joseph Pierce for his charges, Brian Howe, and I think I can correct the record, but the plaintiff is Jonathan Green, is that correct?
I give this to
That's Jonathan Green. So Jason Green is a non-party.
That's right.
Okay. So with regard to these individuals, have you heard have you received? Well, what will you hear from the district attorney's office? Do you get a copy of the information, or what do you hear?
No, we don't get information or an indictment. We don't know what happens until we get a subpoena, or we get a notice of what they call an ICR, an incomplete report, and there's additional things they need us to bring to make that case complete. We also could get an outright rejection saying that, and they'll write on there the reasons they don't believe this case is going to go, which is not always that it wasn't they were guilty, it was just they didn't want to take it forward for whatever reason. We have not received any rejections. Those cases have been filed, and as far as I know, they're continuing through the court system today.
So now let me just make sure I'm understanding. When you say that charges are filed, what you're referring to is that you pass them on to the prosecutors, or there is an actual criminal proceeding that is ongoing?
We pass it on to what's called the intake. You have a felony intake and you have a misdemeanor intake.
Okay.
The felony, we file with the felony side. We don't know at that point, we don't know who the attorneys and prosecutors and courts are going to be. So the intake, the felony intake, we take them there. The misdemeanor, we take them there. And then we might get a call, however long it takes, which it takes time, sometimes a long time. Now that they're looking at it, they might call, we might get a call to the detective to say, hey, on this case, I really need you to go to this witness's house and get a statement. Or they might send somebody themselves to go get that statement. Or we might get it where it says this case has been rejected and here's the reason why. So it's going through the system. We have knowledge now of who most of these cases, I think all of these cases, we have additional charges that have been filed that are not listed here as well. And so those cases and these cases, As far as I know, we know what court they're in, and what prosecutor's dealing with them, but I can't tell you 100% what's the status of them. I just know they haven't been rejected, or we would have received a rejection.
But there is at some point an additional step, which is where you have a formal charging document. Is that right, or am I?
On felonies, yes. On misdemeanors, especially on arrest, they normally don't. They just go off the arrest. But if they want to, they'll go up and ask for an information. If there's some questions on it, they'll run that in front of a court for information. From what I've seen, that's rare. They actually go ask for the information. They usually go straight off of a packet that we turn in, and if they feel that there's enough to actually go forward with those charges, they will get a warrant. If they haven't been arrested yet, they'll get a warrant, and that person will be picked up and brought into court.
So no further charging document is filed?
Not that I know.
Okay.
But I'm not 100%.
Okay. No, thanks.
And I'd like to introduce exhibit without objection.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's City Defendants B, as in boy, and I'll accept that evidence for purposes of this hearing. Thanks.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Looking at Exhibit B, these were submitted to the prosecutor for the most part on July 17th, right?
Yes, sir.
It's now October.
No, hold on. Not to the prosecutor. They were submitted to the intake, not the prosecutor.
The intake at his office.
At the district attorney's office.
District attorney's another word for prosecutor, right?
No, I don't know. That's the district attorney's office. It's not a prosecutor that was there. It's a civilian clerk that handles those.
You usually take them 2.5 months to respond to these intakes.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, did you also tell the district attorneys intake people that the magistrate has already rejected some of these charges?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You did? Okay. Because it's not contained in the exhibit.
It's not relevant.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, whatever it is that you submitted to the district attorney for review for their intake, you also included the fact that the magistrate has already rejected some of those charges, right?
That's not relevant, sir. What we submitted was the evidence that the case should be tried on. If that evidence is good enough, they go forward with it.
I thought you just said a minute ago, I'm not trying to argue with you, I just want to get to the bottom of this. Did you inform the intake people at the district attorney that some of these charges have been rejected by the magistrate?
No, we don't inform the intake. No, absolutely not. Not relevant.
Exhibit A, or I'm sorry, D1, the 7 people on the picture, you said there was a meeting that had taken place.
Yes, sir.
How do you know there was a meeting?
That's what they call it
Where did they call it that?
on the video.
You watched the video.
Yes, sir.
Did you maintain a copy of that video?
Yes, we have it.
Excellent. And what did they discuss at that video?
I
At that meeting?
have no idea. We hope to find that out when we look at their cameras. Me and we're arrested after that.
Oh, so you're under the belief that there's going to be something about in their cameras or their phones they're talking about that?
There could be some coordination and the collaboration that the crimes of organized crime would be in there.
What date did you take this picture?
I didn't take that picture.
What date did you create this piece of paper?
It was created a couple days ago off of YouTube.
What date was the meeting?
It was listed on this or whatever it is.
June 19th is the date of the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because it says YouTube clash with Bo.
Bow.
June 19th, 2018.
Correct.
So it's not that it happened later and that it was referring to this YouTube clash. It was that you're saying that this meeting actually took place on June 19th.
According to what's on YouTube, yes, sir.
You have no idea what was discussed at that meeting.
Absolutely not.
That's right, that we've heard. Do you have any evidence at all, or anything that you've seen, that any of the plaintiffs in this case are the voice on that?
No, sir.
Any evidence that they corroborated in any way with the person who left that death threat?
Not at this time.
If I understand it correctly, the only connection that we know, based on the evidence that we have, is that the video was posted, and then shortly after that, the message came in.
Correct.
What phone number did the message come from?
Again, anonymous or whatever or private or whatever it is, anonymous. It didn't show up on there, so I have no idea.
Even though a voicemail was left, it still showed up as a block number.
Yes, sir.
But just so we're very clear about this, there's no evidence linking that video point, right?
Correct.
That audio was what you,
Yeah, right, not the video. This D2, do you still have it?
Yes, sir.
4-page, these are screenshots from YouTube with very disturbing things, such as Score Kitan, that's KORPKITSAN, who put your address there. See that?
Correct.
Okay, now, again, Your Honor, I will offer to the court that if they want to reissue a subpoena to Google, sending it to James Freeman, my client James Springer, asking for Score Kitan's information, I will agree to that. However, again, it's our position that, well, let me ask you this. Score Kitan is the person who posted this, right?
I don't, probably his name is not Sport Kitson. Probably have no idea who that person was. Is why I need the original evidence. It's on Google. The Google has.
well, let's not get in a fight again about who posted what. I mean, I think we've cleared that up before. That there can be a distinction.
Okay.
I think we're all on the same page.
Because I think it goes to the purpose of the good faith.
Okay.
Wouldn't it make more sense to submit a request for a warrant to Google requesting Fort Kidson's information and not James Springer's information?
We're going to get there, sir.
Can you answer the question?
I just did. Yes, absolutely. We're going to get there for all of these. But we've stopped because of all of this mess. We stopped.
You can get everything you need by subpoenaing Fort Kidson without going after James Springer, right?
No.
No.
Not true.
Yep. We've been down that road too.
We have. So thus far, you've submitted a warrant request for an affidavit, a warrant for James Springer, but not for Sport Kidson, right?
So Sport Kitson is being investigated by the FBI.
Can I just?
So the answer is yes. No, I have not. Sport Kitson is being investigated by the FBI because it's considered interstate. And I'm not sure what they have done with it. If they find that it's a person from the state of Texas, then they will give it back to me. So I can only assume at this point, since they haven't come back to me on it, that he doesn't live in the state of Texas or they got something different. I don't know.
The video that we played, that the city lawyer played for.
Audio or video?
The video, the actual video that we saw, where Mark Brown is being told to leave the building.
Yes, sir.
Was there a video that I showed you of him leaving the building?
Yes.
I thought the video that I showed you was him outside recording an arrest.
No, it was more than that. It was, you only showed me, I don't know what all's on that video. You showed me a segment of that video to make it look like he was just minding his own business.
Okay, let me ask you this. You testified that you watched video that showed Mark Brown lording over the arresting officer.
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's not the video that your attorney showed us.
You can see his arms over him when Sergeant O'Gallus turns and goes back. You can see his arms up in the air, and he is too close for comfort for a police officer. He didn't stay where he was told to stay. He continued right behind the officer, screaming and cussing him out. So yeah, he was lording at 6'8" over the 5'8" officer.
Did the lording over take place during the arrest in the video that I showed, or in the video that your lawyer showed of him leaving the building?
The video that the lawyer showed didn't show the arrest. The video showed the stuff before the arrest. So the lording that was in that video was before the arrest.
I thought that when you testified before, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that during the arrest of Jesus Padilla, Mark Brown was lording over the officers, and that's how he was interfering with them, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
I don't recall that being my testimony, sir.
Okay.
What I said was during the arrest, which is this whole thing that's going on, all of that is pertinent to the investigation.
Okay, I showed you a video before.
Correct.
Of Mark Brown videoing the Jesus Padilla arrest on June 14th. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I remember.
And you
Not that I recall, but if it was my testimony, it was not during the physical arrest of Padilla, but Padilla's arrest started long before that. When he noticed that violation, Sergeant Ordiales went back inside, the arrest was the whole process, and he was lording over Sergeant Ordiales during the arrest of Padilla.
Let me ask you, the arrest of Mr. Brown for interfering with an officer,
Yes, sir.
when did that interference take place?
It-
I thought,
well, I'll tell you-
I thought it was during the Jesus Padilla arrest. So just tell me when it is that interference actually took place, when he committed the crime of interfering with the police officer.
So what I'll tell you is he committed it several times. When he was told where he could video from, given specific orders according to what the DA's office has asked us to do in these cases, gave specific orders of where he could videotape from, and when as soon as he turned around and came right back on his back, screaming and hollering at him, that's interference with the duties. He's already interfered with the duties of that sergeant. He continued on when Sergeant Ordiales came back out, following Sergeant Ordiales. He's interfering at that point. He's not doing what he's been advised to do by an officer. And then he continued right on the back of that officer. So there are multiple points where that interference occurred. Quite honestly, he was interfering from the time he walked in the door with the duties of a police officer. You hear him arguing at the door where the officers are telling him he needs to leave. He's interfering at that point. So the entire time, he's interfering with the duties of a police officer.
Well, I guess the videos will speak for themselves, but your testimony is that when he was told to go report from somewhere else, and instead he started walking back towards the building in the video that your lawyer showed us, that was a crime of interference. That's your testimony, right?
No, it's not. Well, he wasn't walking back, and that's a misrepresentation of the fact.
Let me ask it this way. What your lawyer showed us
Correct.
was a crime of interference?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Okay. I thought you further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further.
And I'm sorry, if you could just be clear on the record, we ended that video at 1:51. Is that what you all recall as well?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to be very clear.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Salvaggio. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now, we're at 3:30 right now. I want to give you all a chance to make closing arguments. I also want to make sure you have a chance to finish whatever other witnesses you may have. So are we going to be able to get this done?
I have one other witness. He's going to be 10 or 15 minutes at most for me.
Okay.
And it's Terry Brooks, who's going to sign all the warrants that we have.
Okay.
The majority of the warrants. And then we have.
Okay, so we'll do, housekeeping wise, we'll do one more witness. You can take a break now or after the witness. How's everybody okay? All right, we'll plow through. All right. Nobody wants to raise their hands that they need a break. We'll plow through now. Wait for them to come back.
For the testimony you will give in the case now before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
Do you want me to give you a warning, or do you want to just go full? I just don't want to. I've got the rest of the time blocked off for you until my staff needs to go. So you can yeah. So you can sort of have it now, or you can have it then. I can give you a warning. I can let you go. It's totally up to you. Want me to leave you in charge of your own?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been previously been marked as Exhibit A. I'm also going to hand you what's previously been marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Take a look at those two exhibits, please, and just let me know if you know what those documents are.
Might be good record to identify.
Oh, can you please state and spell your name for the record? Here's Detective Brooks with Terry Brooks. Can I ask the witness to be sworn, please?
I already know.
Okay. See, I'm paying attention a little bit, but not so much. Okay, all right, take a look at that exhibit. The first one that I handed you, Exhibit A, is an affidavit that you signed at a search warrant for some YouTube information. True? Now, the warrant that you submitted is for a fellow by the name of James that obtain the user's information on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it because of what I handed you, Defense Exhibit 2, that highlighted portion where somebody posted she had,
Could be just one of many things. Yes.
okay, can I ask you please why it is that you submitted a warrant for James Springer, James Freeman, as listed on that document, and not for the person who actually posted the address, who actually made the comment?
At this point in time, we submitted the warrant to get the videos to try to identify the people who are putting it on there, number one, but also any of the individuals that are on there as well.
And you see Score Kitson?
Correct.
He's the one who made that comment?
Correct.
Wouldn't the best way to find out who Score Kitson is by asking Google who's Score Kitson? Wouldn't that be the best way instead of asking who James Springer is?
It could be a possibility of a way, but we're trying to get all the individuals identified who are posting address.
And the best way to do that is not by asking about the actual poster of the address?
Well, if we get the authentic video and from Google, anything wouldn't be edited, so we'd have it all.
Okay, Your Honor, based on that testimony, I also would not argue, and I would actually stipulate to a warrant that requests the IP address of the people who comment. In fact, I'll go a step further. I'd be willing to agree to all videos that were posted, all comments that were posted, and all information on any commentaries that they have, because that's what's up. Can you please explain to me why you need to see every single email that James Springer ever sent?
Well, I'm looking at the time period of May 2nd to June 23rd specifically, not every email.
Can you tell me where in your affidavit you asked only for that time frame emails?
Just for the preservation letter that we submitted.
I understand that you sent a preservation letter asking for certain preservation, but in your warrant and your affidavit that you submitted, you asked for all emails that he ever sent and all messages that he ever sent or received, right?
Correct.
Can you explain to me, please, why is it you need to see every single email James Springer ever sent?
Well, there's a lot of times where these have hidden information that I've seen myself, and information to the other officers as well, is that during the videos, the hundreds of hours of videos that everybody's gone through, is that these guys spoke about emailing the information. Communicating through email, not always communicating on live.
Okay, so
So what do you get back when you send Google this combination of preservation request and then that request for a warrant? What do they give you back? Do they give you everything that was ever sent, or do they give you limited to that table?
Well, Google has, my understanding from Google is that if you don't, it stays on their server for like 30 days, or 30 days. And anything beyond 30 days, from my understanding, it falls off their Google server. So anything past, by this time, anything prior to, I guess, May 2nd, falling off their server. So we ask them to preserve until May 2nd, June 23rd. Initially started at May 2nd, up until
Okay, but stuff that's in the inbox, just sitting there, that's not been deleted, does that come back? Or
if it's been preserved, my understanding.
if it's been preserved pursuant to the preservation order or by the user?
I guess it could be both. I think the user didn't open it. Or you know what you're saying? The user didn't open it, so it's sitting in his box.
Yeah, let's say you've got your account and you've got, 5,000 emails in there ranging back 20 years. Some of them you open and look at and just leave, some of them you delete. Anything that deletes rolls off, but stuff that's just sitting on there stays on there. Does that come back pursuant to that thing? Or?
My understanding is yes.
I'm sorry, your understanding is that
They would still be there. It's preserved, even though it hasn't been deleted, as Judge was saying, it's still sitting in the inbox. My understanding is
one of the messages was sent 4 years ago by James Springer and his wife, and he never deleted it.
you never deleted it, it may still be there.
You would see it in response to your warrant, right?
Possible.
Yes, you would.
Yes, that's my understanding.
You're not only asking for. I noticed that all the warrants that were submitted to Google were signed by you, and the warrants that were submitted to, based on cell phones, because these cell phones were signed by Detective Alex King,
submitted at the time and all the other cases that we worked?
Now, there was a lot of property that was taken on 14th, 18th, but can you tell me why it is, please, that you only submitted warrant based on property that was taken on the 23rd, not on the 14th or 18th?
23rd was the last time we had an incident, so we started submitting warrants at that point in time. Prior to that, I wasn't really familiar with how Google worked or YouTube Live, so we had to do some research on it. And by the time that the June 23rd incident come up, we were able to know the process of how to do this, because we were working cases in between this, and on top of that, we were getting a barrage of open records requests as well.
But if you take a look at
What?
if you take a look at Exhibit D, Exhibit D is one of the warrants that was submitted by Detective Alex King. Is this the first time you're seeing that document, or have you seen it before?
Probably seen.
Okay, and this document is requesting a cell phone that was seized by Mr. Pierce on June 23rd, right?
Let me clarify, what are we looking at?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to withdraw it and not ask this line of question.
Okay.
It's really more.
I was confused what we were looking at. Okay.
Have you submitted any more warrants other than, how many warrants have you submitted? What? How many warrants have you submitted to Google?
These, only the ones we have front here, plus, I think there's two others.
And is it fair to say that when you submit a warrant, it's important to demand the least intrusive amount of information that's necessary to fulfill the police goal?
Yes, sir.
And it's your position that the warrants that you requested for Mr. Pierce, for example, is the least intrusive, there's personal life and personal nature, right?
No question.
No questions, John.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
We're prepared for us.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
Evidence-wise? All right. Let's take 5-10 minutes, and then I'll be happy to hear closing arguments coming up on the issue of preliminary injunction. All right. So we'll break for 10 minutes. Thanks.
All right. I mean, you can check the resolution, but in terms of how you.
I haven't, you can take it down.
Your flash drive, you might be able to, like a bit, but we don't do. I mean, they'll give us those, right, and that's what we just don't use, I thought you were talking about, we just don't accept, it all has to go on to admit it. Are we ready then?
We are.
All right.
may be seated. Okay, we're back on the record in SA18CV00680FB Zinter versus Salvaggio. All we have left today, closing arguments on the issue of plaintiff's request for a preliminary injunction. And Grable?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. It'd be a pleasure to hear from you, sir.
May it please the court. Plaintiffs submitted a preliminary injunction for the purpose of seeking relief where, otherwise, we've heard the events, we've heard tests, know what the issue is. I understand the court's concern, pause, given the younger abstention. What I'd like to do is, even assuming the younger abstention doctrine applies, to look at this by analogy in the same way the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals applied it earlier this year in Arvalo versus Tennessee, site DP2F3D763. In that case, we had a defendant who was held without bail, and there was a writ of habeas corpus, and he sought to challenge his wrongful detention under the 4th and 8th Amendment, or 14th and 8th Amendment. And the court there, the district court there, applied the doctrine, basically said he wasn't entitled to relief because the way it's signed the criminal prosecution. However, when it got up to the Ninth Circuit, they looked at the exceptions, as we acknowledged previously, one of them being bad faith, but also, it could also be by showing, quote, some other extraordinary circumstance that would make abstention inappropriate, even if the doctrine otherwise applied. And so the Ninth Circuit took that exception in that case and said, you know what, bail is unrelated to the criminal prosecution. Unrelated. It's a different process. So in order to address that issue, they went ahead and granted the preliminary injunction, or alternatively, they allowed the state a grace period to go ahead and hold the constitutionally required bail hearing. And specifically, the Ninth Circuit looked at what was some other extraordinary circumstance. Some other extraordinary circumstance included basically with bail being a constitutionally protected right. Constitutional right that the defendant was deprived. And that was significant to say that it was irreparable harm, to say that someone who is entitled to constitutional hearings, such as a bail hearing, was enough to say they're entitled to the doctrine, not to the law. So when we look here at what's presented, we have plaintiffs who are exercising, obviously, their First Amendment right, and they had their items seized. And I'm sure, as this court is aware, the Fifth Circuit in Turner v. Driver 848F3D678 from February 2017 was critical in acknowledging that there is a First Amendment right to bail free. They acknowledged they surveyed other circuits that applied the same principle. So specifically, the situation here is that our plaintiffs were called in pleadings a cable of zealot anarchists, agitators, disruptors, and if that means that they're citizens who inquire, hear, eat, use information to reach a consensus, to enlighten self-government as necessary, then that's what they are. We'll say that's what they are. However, that is the basic principle, as the Fifth Circuit held, of the First Amendment, the free discussion of governmental affairs. And actually, the court held that freedom of expression has particular significance with respect to government, because it is here that the state has a special incentive to repress opposition and often wields more effective power of suppression. This is particularly true of law enforcement officials who are granted substantial discretion that may be misused and deprive individuals of their liberty. That's our concern here. Now that's further complicated with the devices that were taken from our plaintiffs during these incidents, and now we are faced, essentially what we're presented with here are these Google warrants that are unrestrained, that have no time limit, that have no parameters whatsoever. Any and all text, any emails related to Google. And the defendants will have you believe or present forward that, well, you know, there's a state prosecution going on, or a state criminal investigation, and this is going to stymie. Well, even if in the most extraordinary circumstance that's true, I think plaintiffs have, and we present that plaintiffs have extraordinary circumstance that makes abstention inappropriate. This is a simple cure. We are asking for a preliminary injunction that the warrants as submitted should be enjoined. Now, testimony today is that somehow this is going to disrupt or prevent criminal prosecution. However, the testimony, at least how I heard it, was that the investigation has been ongoing. The FBI has been involved. There have been people that apparently have been shot. There's apparently charges that have been filed. There is no investigation being signed in any way. And actually, when asked whether or not the officers saw YouTube information for the commenters, they said, yeah, we don't know. So there are other leads that they could still do. People are still apparently being prosecuted. What we are asking is that for the 11 plaintiffs in this case, that the abstention doctrine not apply, at least with the way the warrants are written. And there's a simple cure to this. Just fix the warrant. Now, they tried to testify today and said, well, you know what? These warrants, you know, they are restricted by time. There's a time period because we sent this preservation notice. Well, that preservation notice was not part of the application. Your Honor, as you know, the application, that's all the magistrate gets to look at. They can't sit up here and try to cure any deficiencies with that. You know, the Supreme Court has held that, and Whitley v. Warden, 401 U.S. 560, you know, insufficient affidavit cannot be rehabilitated by testimony after issuance. My last point to this, as far as another constitutional deprivation, is the Supreme Court recently, this year, in Carpenter v. United States. I understand that was a cell-site case, a little bit unrelated, but the principle in that case, I think, is significant. At Site 138, Supreme Court 2206, and Site 2213, the Court highlighted that the basic purpose of the Fourth Amendment is to safeguard the privacy and security of individuals against arbitrary invasions by government officials. So the concern we have here, Your Honor, that we're presenting forward is that we know there are these generic warrants out there. We have plaintiffs in this case that can't go anywhere else to prevent this. We know what's happened. And all we are asking is that this court issue or make a recommendation that in order to be issued to say the way the warrants are submitted in their unreasonable bounds cannot be enforced. It's unconstitutional. There's no state interest in that.
Well, so let me just make sure I'm understanding your argument. I'm looking here at your motion for preliminary injunction. It requests, and this is document 46 on page 2, but I'll just read it. It says, plaintiffs find through their attorneys, blah, 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 respectfully seek and order preliminarily enjoining the defendants from searching the electronic devices or any electronic accounts of the people present for the protests which form the basis of this act. So if I'm understanding what you just said to me, you're asking today for something much narrower than that, right? Or is this still what you're requesting?
Your Honor, what we are willing to agree to, as mentioned, and then based on testimony and understanding what's going on. Because here's the thing,
well, you don't agree with that. Don't agree with me. I mean, it's okay. I just for purposes, again, I I sort of said it earlier, and I'll just reiterate it.
Constitutional, there's no basis for that. Your Honor, at this point, I clarify to that prior to today, we had limited information based on what the warrants were. We had the Google warrants that was related to a report, and that police report was specific to locking the door. Today we learned apparently that there's these other broader investigations into organized crime, into rioting, and so we recognize the state's interest in looking into that. However, as it pertains to the devices of our plaintiffs, it's essentially what they are trying to do is a general writ of the system to just rummage through these electronic devices without any kind of balance and see what they can find in legally criminal activity. That is not how the government's institution is set up for this. And one more point, and then I'll turn it over. It seems a critical piece of testimony today from the chief was his concern, and what signed his investigation were these thousands of calls and these deaths. I just want to highlight that regardless of this court's decision or order, whether a preliminary injunction be issued, whether there be a request that the state cure any potential defects with the warrant, or whether the injunction is just denied flat out, whatever the ruling is, it's going to have absolutely no bearing on whether or not these phone calls keep happening, whether or not videos apparently inciting others to call in are going to stop. There's been absolutely no presentation of evidence or testimony to suggest that the 11 plaintiffs before the court had any involvement in that besides, I think, a prior June video. So for that reason, to see that somehow the court issuing an injunction will somehow have any impact on these phone calls, to me, I guess the point I'm getting to is if the chief expressed one concern over and over and over today, it was this, quote, disruption based on these phone calls. That has no bearing today as it pertains to constitutional concerns that the plaintiffs present. There's no question.
Thanks. Mr. Ruiz?
Yes, Your Honor, Russell Ruiz for the city. Your Honor, what has to be, I guess, remind everybody is that the plaintiff has a heavy burden. They have to show a clear showing of evidence to obtain extraordinary relief from a preliminary injunction. We don't believe that the plaintiffs have done so. Pursuant to the court's order on page 2, this court allowed the plaintiffs to file a procedurally correct or procedurally appropriate motion with supporting evidence and legal briefing. The cases that they cite in their preliminary injunction, I think it's just 6 cases that's counted. 2 cases they've cited before, 2 is a couple that the court cited in their order. I've heard more legal authority in the closing argument that puts in the actual motion for preliminary injunction. So, with regard to the legal authority, it fails them to that extent. Factually, Your Honor, we have presented evidence through the exhibit to refute the facts that the plaintiff has in their motion for preliminary injunction. They made some representations regarding some of the plaintiffs not staying in the report, but they were. And so we've refuted it. So there are disputed facts. Plaintiff indicated that there are no disputed facts. They don't dispute any of the facts in the police report. Well, then they dispute that's not a very compelling argument to award extraordinary relief. With regard to what the plaintiffs have to show a substantial likelihood of success, we don't think they've done that either. As pertaining to the city, with regard to the mild standard, they have to show that the city had a policy, custom, or practice that was performed by a final policymaker. They did not show that at all today. In fact, Chief Salvaggio commented that his boss was in the back of the courtroom. So with regard to what they have to prove standard for the city, they're lacking. There's no evidence of that for city liability. The evidence presented in our response, we replied to all 3 days that the plaintiff's accusations were not correct. So, in a sense, there are disputed facts, very much so. The legal authority we cited allows police officers to seize property when evidence is useful for a crime, and there's a reasonable belief that if they let the evidence go, it would be either destroyed, tampered with, or erased. So with regards to the city's reasoning, the chief, I think, spelled it out succinctly. It's evidence of the crime, and it may be, evidence of, crime of the plaintiff. But in any event, Your Honor, the city was justified in the seizure, or the police department, rather, was justified in the seizure of those telephones.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
We did hear a lot, or some, about the nature of the seizure. But as I was saying to your friend in opposition, Mr. Grable, the request from plaintiffs is for an injunction that would prevent searching electronic devices or electronic accounts. And so if the seizure and the search are two distinct or somewhat distinct inquiries, we're really not addressing the seizure at this point for purposes of injunctive. All that's on the table, the possibility of enjoining the search, right?
That's right. And with regards to the searches, Your Honor, there is no reasonable expectation of privacy for someone who's on the internet that disseminates information to the public. I cited the Weiss case, United States v. Weiss, and it's progeny with regards to
expectation of privacy in what?
In if you post something on the internet, post this instance, the chief's address, then there's no expectation of privacy, especially if that posting was against the law or was illegal.
But they're not going to lose all reasonable expectation of privacy in anything in their life, posts and stuff, even if it's odious or silly or whatever. Let's assume it's protected First Amendment stuff. They post something. That doesn't mean they lose all reasonable privacy, does it?
Well, Your Honor, it depends what they do with the information. If they release the information to the public, then there's no sense of privacy. These posts were created under a YouTube account, and
well, they don't have any expectation of privacy in the post. I got you there,
yes.
But maybe the pictures of their kids.
Well, if the person, what the cases demonstrate is if a person does disseminate the information, or in this particular case, there's some examples of either Facebook or YouTube, but the person who actually owns the website or the channel or whatever you call it, if they make these comments available to the public, and then there's no expectation of privacy. Well, no, you can't look at my stuff because it's private. Well, they don't make it private. They share it, and it goes from one member to the other.
Okay, so I got you. Stuff you share on the internet, you can't expect that.
And they're sharing this information. They even, comments on it. Once the chief's address is on there, I think some of the comments that we introduced as evidence indicate that, well, or I know where he lives, or I, burn his house, or, it solicits additional comments that are, actually illegal under 3606.
No, and I understand you, and I think I can understand that argument and also appreciate the plaintiff's concerns about an expectation of privacy in other matters distinct from Absalom's posts. I think those things can get arms.
And Your Honor, with regard to the First Amendment, they haven't shown any evidence with regard to they arrested the person because he was just building an arrest. It goes similar to the Candera case that was here in Western District in Judge Ezra, where the man was filming his wife's arrest. They told him to get back, and he kept on coming forward. The police told him to get back, and he kept on coming forward. Just like the video that I showed of Mark Brown, the officer told him to, told him where to go back, and the officer turned around, and he just followed him towards the door. So, Your Honor, it's the First Amendment isn't the issue here. It's just the illegal conduct that they put themselves in, then get themselves arrested. And with regard to the Fourth Amendment, Your Honor, just real quickly, they haven't shown that there's no probable cause of the arrest. I haven't never even heard of probable cause throughout this hearing. So, in sum, Your Honor, their pleading is not sufficient. It's not procedurally sufficient. They can't demonstrate a substantial likelihood of success, even with regard to the city showing policy, customer practice, or economic policy.
You're fine. I got it. Thank you. Anything further? Rogerio?
I think with the testimony of Chief Salvaggio, he had shown in court the serious nature of this isn't just some simple First Amendment protester trying to exercise First Amendment right. Very serious when you cross that line, you start threatening people's lives, and in particular, the operations of the city of Leon Valley. In that regard, I would just like to point out to the court kind of a key phrase that we found. Some of the circuits, out of Third Circuit Court of Appeals, that dealt with a conviction of similar circumstances to this. They call it electronic civil. This was kind of a new tech word. That's in the United States versus Fulmer, Fullner, 584, Fed 3rd, 132, Third Circuit, 2009. And on the issue of case law, there's also another case we'd like to point out, because there's not that there's a sparse amount of case law specifically on the point of what we're dealing with in this particular hearing. United States versus GATTO, G-A-T-T-O, 313, Fed Sub 3rd, 551, 2018 is out of the Southern District of New York. I had the court in that case because it was talking about a search of a cell phone, specific like this, and they were trying to attack the search of the cell phone, saying it was too raw. In the court there, the trial court said, as was the case in Albrecht, which they cite, which was a First Circuit case, law enforcement personnel here came across personal data that was unrelated to the defendant's alleged crime. Such an invasion of the criminal defendant's privacy is inevitable, however, in almost any warranted search. As in searches for papers, it is certain that some innocuous documents will be examined, or at least cursorily so, to determine whether they are in fact among the papers authorized to be seen. In this particular case, it was dealing with a cell phone and the healthy. But the issues I think that we have, my point that I would like to make, that's why I'm going second as opposed to Mr. Reese, he mentioned the procedural aspects of preliminary injunction. I'd like to address the younger abstention doctrine because I think it is very, especially with Chief Salvaggio's testimony, is very applicable to this proceeding because of the fact we have an expanding investigation, not only with the Bexar County criminal district attorney, but also with other and federal agencies. The first time that has shown up that they are involved as well. This is an expanding investigation of a number of different defendants, including the plaintiffs, but it is expanding. Because of that, I believe what we're looking at in the younger detention doctrine, the prongs have been met by the district attorney's affidavit of Brandon Ramsey. The dispute must involve an ongoing state judicial proceeding. There's no question that's an important state interest in the subject matter of the proceeding must be implicated. I believe by Chief Salvaggio's testimony that it's obviously an important subject matter and that the state proceeding must afford an adequate opportunity to raise constitutional challenge. The state court does provide those opportunities. In fact, the city's their motion, they had an objection very similar to the Constitution where one of the search warrants is being objected to, and that's going through the process in Bexar County.
But my concern here is, and I don't know if this is the right way to approach it, may not be, but if we go plaintiff by plaintiff, we have ongoing state proceedings generally, but not as to every one of plaintiffs. We have charges, as the chief testified, and incidentally, his testimony I found credible and very helpful. He testified that we have all but two of our group of plaintiffs have some sort of charges in the works. I don't know if that qualifies for younger purposes as ongoing proceedings. But what about the two that don't? And do we know who they are? Which two?
One would be Kevin Egan. I believe the other is Juan Gonzalez.
Okay. So what do they do to, if they feel like their constitutional rights, here we're just within the younger lens, what do they do to protect their rights? Now, I don't think, if I remember correctly, Egan doesn't have any devices that were seized.
That's correct.
So we just have one. What does that person do to protect
the rights? The fact that they're all part of this organized group, I think that's the ongoing nature of that. I believe the chief also testified that they be charged against all of them at some point, depending on what's inside the evidence, because it's not as though these people were just bystanders. They were all together on one of these occasions, which actually lasted 11 days in the city of Leon Valley. I was just Egan and Gonzalez. There are those are the two I was correct in David Egan and Juan Gonzalez.
Okay, Juan Gonzalez and Egan are the two that have, at this time, have no charges pending or charges forwarded. That's the way, or filed is the way that Chief Salvaggio referred. Okay, and then I have a little chart here we put together. Okay. Mr. Gonzalez had a camera seized on June 18th. So you were saying the concern here, again, within the framework of the younger analysis, or the argument here, is that the ongoing criminal proceedings for the other 10 are sufficient to protect Gonzalez's rights, or you just explain to me.
Well, the fact that the state court is proceeding on issues, and the fact that a search warrant has been, I guess, 16 different search warrants have been issued by stymieing the execution of the search warrant, find out further information, we're interfering with the state court proceeding. That's what.
Why is it stymied?
Well, because the investigation can't continue if they can't look at itself.
Why can't they look into the cell?
Well, if you grant a temporary injunction, I may have gone out of my way to call had occurred since the TRO was given and stood past the lawsuit before. But having met the three younger doctor principals, really the only way then that they can show that it does not apply is whether or not there's bad faith, and there is no showing of that. This case, the showing why this case is so unique is because we have arrests taking place in June. You have July 4th, a civil lawsuit being filed. This is again, the cart before the horse. I used that analogy the last time. Mm-hmm. Very rarely see, I've been doing this for a lot of years on civil rights, and very rarely ever see that. Usually the criminal case goes forward, and then depending on that determination, you have the civil lawsuit. Yep. The fact that you have the civil lawsuit here, it has interfered with the criminal case. And the criminal case cannot go forward against the temporary injunction, or at least it will be stymied at the temporary injunction. We request the court to deny the temporary injunction.
How do the disruptive activities or the ongoing activities affect the injunction analysis?
I think it affects it to the extent that, again, we're not dealing with a simple protester. We're dealing with a group of protesters that are not exercising First Amendment rights. I always said that a criminal organization, they have a specific plan of disruption and mayhem, which to a large extent has been successful against the city of Leon Valley, which is a smaller municipality that can't handle it.
And so to be clear, I'm very sensitive to the federal court being, look, there are very important competing interests at play here. I think we all can recognize that. And it's not a one party, one against one case. There's a number of parties, and that means that the interests are different back to each of them. And we have to be careful not to necessarily paint with a broad brush if that's not warranted. And there are, as always, very serious concerns about killing or stifling lawful First Amendment activity or stepping on Fourth Amendment right or police over. But there are also very legitimate, and counsel for plaintiffs have recognized and acknowledged it very candidly to the court, legitimate state interests in play here too. From my perspective, serious concerns about the federal court potentially interfering with ongoing state proceedings when it's inappropriate. All that to say, it always boils down to what the legal test is. And so that's where I always return. And also I always return to the parties' respective showing Burden's case. One concern I just want to reiterate is within the younger abstention lens, how does somebody like Mr. Gonzalez protect his Fourth Amendment? Is the answer that just got to sue after the fact?
His right can be protected by a big court proceedings filing a motion as one of the defendants.
How does he do it? He's not a defendant. He doesn't have charges filed. So there's no ongoing state court proceeding for him. There's nothing, right? He's maybe under investigation, but there's admin charges filed as to him.
So is there a search warrant against him?
Right. I don't know. So I think that's his concern. Is I'm not charged with anything, but there's a search warrant implicating my stuff, and I don't have anybody to go to. What do I do, right? So, and again, I'm just looking at Younger, which is one part of the temporary injunction, I'm talking Texas law, the preliminary injunction standard, and it fits into the likelihood of success on the merits, element or factor. You have to show four things. You have to show them all to get a preliminary injunction. One of them is a substantial likelihood of merit, and that's affected by Younger abstention. And Younger abstention inquiry is informed by whether or not there are ongoing state court proceedings. As to Mr. Gonzalez, I'm not sure I've heard or I understand how there are, And so as to him, he doesn't have ongoing state court proceedings, and he also doesn't have, I'm exploring the argument, he doesn't have ongoing state court proceedings, and does he have an adequate way to protect his rights? That's my question within the younger analysis.
Then again, all the search warrants have been produced. Perhaps more than likely there is no search warrant for Mr. Gonzalez. I know there is any for Mr. Heath, but that's not part of the process. I don't think there's one for Mr. Gonzalez. There's nothing pending against him. So there are those two.
Okay, I have no idea. I don't have one. So then,
and confirm there is no search warrant for Mr. Juan Gonzalez.
okay.
So again, that would apply to him because the temporary injunction they're asking for is first of all the search warrants that have been.
Well, no, they request something broader than that, right? Preliminary injunction, preliminarily enjoining defendants from searching the electronic devices or any electronic accounts of the people present for the protest. So that's pretty broad. That's what's being requested, broad in terms of that would sweep in that gentleman. I don't know. Okay. One thing to consider is, do you need that phone?
I'm not sure we have this one.
Sorry, camera, because as I said, these folks are not necessarily all in exactly the same situation. And that one, if there is a continuum here, that one potentially is at one end of the continuum. But again, this is younger. One part of the three parts in younger, which is one part of substantial likelihood of success, which is one of four parts in the preliminary injunction standard. So, and I think it's important for us to remember that's what we're dealing with here. We're not trial on the merits here. We're just looking at this. So, okay. I don't think I have any more questions. Do you have any further for me?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Request the temporary injunction.
Your Honor, before the defense counsel does the rebuttal, my video that I showed, I'd like to include that as an exhibit and submit it as an exhibit, but you don't have to put it on, so we'll file it.
Okay, and I don't have a problem accepting into evidence videos that we saw that were played here in open court, and so I'm happy to accept that, and you can file the clerk's office subject to. Do you have an objection, Mr. Ryder?
I think that's what we should probably do.
Okay.
I'm not going
Okay. All right.
Very brief rebuttal, if I may, please.
Okay.
First things first, we've been down this road through lots of papers that have been filed and evidence that has been presented to the court. There are criminal cases right now pending against 3 plaintiffs, and only 3 plaintiffs, Bailey, Plaintiff Brown, Plaintiff Springer. There are no other criminal cases pending against any of the other plaintiffs. Therefore, the same thing that Your Honor was just asking the defense about Mr. Gonzalez, all the other plaintiffs have also no other
Is case same thing as proceeding?
Under the Younger Abstention Doctrine, if the implication from Younger appears to be that you can go fight this somewhere else, you can go play in another playground, go to the state court. You can only do that if you're a party in the state. Brian Howell, his case was rejected by the magistrate. We found out today, we were surprised with this today, that apparently his case was resubmitted to the prosecutor's office on July 17th, or to the district attorney's office, which is the prosecutor, as Your Honor is aware. And we don't know what's going on with that. So in what way can Brian Howell, or any of the other people listed on that particular exhibit, fight? Which playground can they go to? They can't go to the state court. There's no case yet. All there is a letter, essentially, that was given from the police to the prosecutor saying, please charge these people. But there's no way for them to fight these warrants anywhere else. The only people who can conceivably fight these warrants in state court are Bailey, Brown, plaintiffs that are part of it. That's number one. Number two, another thing that's very important to keep in mind and why we kind of changed what we're requesting is that up until this point, all the papers that have been filed.
Wait, if you're changing what you're requesting, nail it down for me what you're
That's
requesting.
exactly what I'm the evidence that I had in front of me was in papers that were filed by the defense counsel. And I was looking at all this and I was thinking to myself, this is absurd. They're trying to take dozens of items from people from misdemeanor or blocking a doorway. That's offensive on its face. So I filed my motion basically saying this is completely ridiculous. They're clearly acting in bad faith, and they should be enjoined from doing so. Then today we find out that this really isn't about, and defense counsel filed their papers pointing to those criminal processes of Mr. Brown, of Mr. Bailey, and saying these criminal prosecutions that are pending. This was in response to my motion for TRO. That's what they pointed to. Today we find out that really this is supposedly some huge task force against organized crime that Your Honor is supposed to just believe on its face, even though none of this made its way into any of the papers that were filed and into any of the police reports. And now it became about that. Now, I understand that. I don't know if anybody here is even aware of this. I actually sit on the city council in the city where I live. I'm very supportive of the police. And I understand that they need to do what they need to do. But the fact of the matter is, what they're requesting can in no possible way be made in good faith. Now, the bad faith changed based on what was in the police report and what we heard today. What was in the police report was, as I said before, to be able to go and say, we're going to take everybody's cell phone because Mr. Bailey was supposedly blocking the door. And we saw the video. Your Honor saw the video, okay? The police report, again, says block somebody from walking in. Nonsense. That's not what was on that video. They moved right out of the way. She walked right in. It was a flat-out lie in that police report to have Mr. Bailey charged. So was Mr. Bailey charged only in a way for them to keep all this property that was seized on June 18th? That's essentially what I was arguing. However, today, it turns out, really, the reason they need all this property has nothing to do with blocking the doorway, or at least that's incidental. The main thing is this cabal of Pharisee that's been taking place, that they're trying to overthrow governments. I don't even know what the crimes are. I was trying to figure out what are the crimes that the conspiracy is trying to do. What crimes are they trying to commit with organized crime? Organized crime with what? Organized crime requires a crime. Drugs, murder, rape, something. Name a crime. Well, I got a death threat on the phone. And I understand that, and I'm sorry for it. But in what way are these cabal, zealot anarchists, what did they do to end up in a courtroom? And the answer is, very simply, they were present at a protest. They were present at a protest. Not the three people who were charged with the crime, but everybody else. They were present at a protest. There was not a shred of evidence supporting any sort of contention that they're involved in this conspiracy to overthrow governments or whatever other conspiracy they're claiming is taking place. There's no only thing that we know about James Lee is he was present for a protest and recorded. So why was his property taken? Because he was protesting and recording. That is clear First Amendment. And as much as the chief wants to try to say, well, they, all these thousands of people are all they. There's some group here. And this group is all acting together. There's no corroborating evidence. And hearing that for the first time, instead of seeing any of the papers that were filed or any police reports, obviously we're sympathetic to this fact that there might be this going on. And therefore, we're tweaking what we're asking for, which I'm going to get to in just one last second. The fact of the matter is, there cannot possibly be, based on the testimony given and the evidence submitted, a good faith basis to read every single text message that James Meade, for Brian Howard, for Russell Zinter, ever sent. For any of the other plaintiffs that are not actually being charged with a crime. There's no possible good faith basis to read every email ever sent. And that's what these warrants are requesting. There's no possible good faith basis to argue, to even conceivably argue, why they need to see every message that Mr. Pierce ever sent on his Google or for every text message. If they want the video footage, and based on the testimony offered, we're asking the court, I'm not going to chisel out exactly what the court should do, but I think based on the testimony, this motion at this point should be granted in part and denied in part. It should be chiseled out in such a way, and what they could do is they could submit a new warrant, or the court could get to see the IP addresses of the people who commented with the chief's ad. You get to see the IP address of certain. You get to see the videos. It's a peanut from YouTube, all the videos that were posted, all the comments that were posted. And that's what you're actually giving up when you post things online. If you post something onto YouTube, which Google and YouTube are the same thing, even to be clear. So if you, by submitting those, by posting a YouTube video, something that happens outside of a Walmart parking lot, you're now giving up your right to every single email ever sent. That's about it. Yeah, that's essentially the position of the defense is taking. That by posting something online, even if it's illegal, you're giving up your right to every email you've ever sent. That cannot possibly be articulated in good faith. And that invokes Wilson. So on the one hand, we've got younger, which says that only 3 plaintiffs at most could even possibly argue this in state court. And then even within younger, we also have extraordinary circumstances and Wilson, which is that there's been bad faith and that these warrants are clearly overreaching. I found it kind of odd that my subpoenas were considered overbroad. My subpoenas for communications for things that they've seen, every defendant has a motion to quash my subpoenas because they're overbroad. Yet they want to read every single email that Brandon Pierce ever sent, that Joseph Pierce. That's not overbroad. And just one last thing, obviously, as I said before, if they want to carve this out in such a way, let me say it this way, kind of silly for them because I'm the one making the motion. What I'm asking the court to do is grant in part and deny in part, allow them access to the posters, the actual posters, not the person who posted something. It's kind of ridiculous to say that if you have, let's say the Leon Valley Police Department has a Facebook page, and I go and post something offensive, that they now go and get to subpoena the Leon Valley Police Department. It doesn't make sense. If you go after the poster, the actual one who posted it, and it's on the defense exhibit B, I think, is where you actually see that funny name of the person who posted it. Go after that guy. You want the IP address? I'll stipulate to it. But to say that you now get to read every single email that James Springer wrote because that guy posted it on James Springer's feed, cannot possibly be argued. That's our position.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can I make one last point?
Of course. No. Yes, of course you can.
There are a lot of people who are not parties to this lawsuit who are identified in the police reports as having property seized and warrants that I received yesterday from the defense counsel for their cell phones, such as Teresa Richards, such as Jason Maldonado, Joshua Russell, Selena Herrera, Brian Howe, who's a plaintiff, David Warden, who's not, Gregory Gardner, who's a non-party. There have been warrants submitted for all of these people's cell phones, and none of them, nobody had any possible way of fighting this in state court under Young. And all those names, that's why what we're asking for is an injunction on everything that was seized, every piece of property that was seized. Some of them have counsel, some of these people don't. Some of them are going to become plaintiffs soon, some of them won't. But for the time being, there's no good faith basis for the police to try to go into everybody's cell phone just because they happen to be there at the time. The same way my clients are entitled to this, the defendants, by being parties and by having the testimony that we have and the police reports that they have, it should apply to the non-parties.
That impassioned argument, I think, is a good one to close on because I think it brings us back to sort of where I started, which is it is a passionate argument, but I have a limited role. I am constrained by the power that's given to me to exercise in this role. And what that means is I can't, that I'm aware of, enjoin or grant relief to people who aren't performing.
I can enjoin the defendant for a property that they took.
Maybe there are judges in this country who will grant injunctions that reach beyond the parties, but in the context of a preliminary injunction in my view. And in the context of the extraordinary relief that's requested and the showing that's required, I am going to tailor to the extent that any injunctive relief is something that I'm recommending. It will be narrowly tailored to remedy a harm implicated by the specific case or controversy. That's my constrained rule. And so it's a good way to end this hearing because that's how I'm going to view all of these issues. I appreciate the hearing today. It was interesting and well presented. These issues are difficult and complicated. As I said before, we're slowly getting, I think, more, all of us are getting our arms around some of these issues more as we have a little bit more time to think about the specific facts and circumstances of these cases and the legal doctrine. So I'm going to take this under advisement. You all know now you have an insight into the philosophy that I will be applying. We all know the law that's going to govern. That's what I'll be thinking about as I draft my report and recommendations to the district court. And again, in closing, I just want to reiterate too that in my view here, this is a 1983 action. We see these all the time. It has some unique aspects because it's overlapping somewhat with some state pleadings, but it's going to proceed like a 1983 action until there's sort of some reason, to do otherwise. There's no injunction in place at this time, and there won't be until the district court enters. So that's sort of the status that we're in now. That's where we find ourselves, just as this case has. I don't think I have anything further. Do I have anything further from you, Mr. Radner? Jerry, Mr. Ruiz? Okay. All right. Once again, thank you all. I'll try to be as quick as possible because I understand the time sensitivity, particularly for the plaintiffs. We'll move with all deliberate haste. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
There's enough time to submit dozens of warrants on August 7th for the incident that occurred on the 23rd of June.
Now, they're all interconnected. In fact, we're going to go through these soon, but these affidavits are identical in large part. The only thing that's different is the name and the item. Why couldn't, and I understand you guys were bombarded, but the same way Terry Brooks had enough time to submit all these warrants about the property that was taken on June 23rd, why didn't he also have time to just print out an extra couple copies that include the property from June 14th and June 18th? What's the difference between, and I understand the bombardment, that's what he's talking about, Ryan. He's talking about the bombardment. Why is only the property that was taken on June 23rd, why did he have enough time to submit dozens of warrants on that, not a single warrant on anything received on June 14th or June 8th? That's the question, and I'd like you to be able to clarify.
Why don't you clarify it? It's a pretty long question. Why don't you restate it? Let's see if it's appropriate. State it again.
My objection is, Your Honor, he's answered this question for you.
Yeah, I think
This was non-responsive answers.
Well, let me hear the question again. I'm inclined to agree that you've asked him a number of times and he's just not giving you the answer you want. That doesn't mean he has an answer.
Let me ask you, did Terry Brooks have any time to submit any warrant requests after June 14th?
No.
Not even the dozens that he submitted on August 7th?
He had the time under the circumstances to do what he did and submit those warrants. Those are felony warrants, felony charges. We have 21 days. There's some misdemeanors for self-filing. We have a lot longer time periods to deal with those cases. And we were going to look and deal with the first ones first, with the amount of personnel that I have and the amount of him having videos for the hundreds and hundreds of video requests that came in by this group. That has cost us, and half of them they don't even pick up. It's just a way to terrorize our city.
Your department has received thousands of phone calls, you said?
Thousands upon thousands of phone calls.
Since May, June, since when?
Since the day of May 2nd, when Jesus Padilla was arrested, and all of the gentlemen began the campaign to come in here, as Jack Miller likes to put it, to be a police educator and teach us a lesson.
Thousands of threatening phone calls.
We have thousands of phone calls, hundreds and upon hundreds, I haven't counted them, that are threatening phone calls.
Are those recorded anywhere?
Some of them are recorded,
Why are only some of them recorded and some not?
because some of them came through channels that are in phones that are not recorded, city phones. We've identified the main ones where the threats were committed.
And you pulled those recordings?
We have in possession of those recordings, and yes, we have recordings.
Okay, now, so with these recorded phone calls and these threatening, you said these hundreds of threats that you've received, is your position that those hundreds of threats that you've received, those people who threaten hundreds of times, are part of the same group as my 11 clients, right?
Absolutely they are, sir. Because every one of them are bringing up specific facts that were on your client's YouTube accounts, specific times, including one Monday after Jack Miller released the video that he released. Shortly afterwards, I got a threatening phone call, kill all of us and my family.
When something's posted on YouTube, you are aware that everybody can see it.
Absolutely.
Now, obviously, it's your position that anybody who made a call, threatening call, part of the same group. You said that many times, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, isn't it fairly possible that some crazy guy sitting in his basement somewhere in Alaska saw these videos and decided to call you guys up?
So that's why we need the evidence, sir, because there are a lot of crazy guys out there that actually want to do harm to the police, and inciting them to do so with lies and with the way that they're posting this stuff, it is all connected. It is not an individual at this point that we're looking at.
But what my 11 clients are doing, according to you, is posting videos of interaction with the police.
No, they're posting videos, period. And some of them we don't even have interactions with bold-faced lies in them.
And videos of bold-faced lies.
Absolutely.
You're allowed to lie, aren't you?
Sure, you can do that. But that lone crazy guy in his underwear in Alaska in the basement that you described, that guy doesn't know